Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to everyone. It's the second day of the Ttcb Under-19 finals. Today we see Central Under-19 taking on Southeast Under-19 after yesterday. We saw the match between North and South Under-19, which South would have won yesterday. News from the middle just a bit earlier is that Central Under-19 have won the toss and chosen to have a bat first. It's another fresh surface that is going to be used out there, freshly prepared this morning. One just to the west of the pitch which was used yesterday. So it's going to be a clash between Southeast and Central. Again, Central Under-19 opting to bat first. Their team 11 is it'll be captained by Salim Khan and vice captain Adi Ramsaran. There's also going to be Cristiano Ramnanan, Raid Ali Khan, Darius Batu Singh, Daran Danraj, Riyad Jerome, Akil Ruplal, Kyle Ramesar, Daniel Holder, and Jonathan Manbood. And for the Southeast team, they're going to be captained by Brendan Budu, captain of the winning team, Presentation College San Fernando of the Secondary Schools Cricket League. And he is going to be joined by Zion Phillip, Riley Gangu, Alves Kalipasad, Justin Ramnaris, Christoph Siraj, Shiva Haripasad, Samir Ramdat, Josiah Karamali, Sion Charles, and Jordan Julian. So we're gonna hear from the presentation party downstairs just in a short while. Good morning, Keshav.
Good morning to you, Dylan. Pleasure to be here alongside your company as we look forward for this final. Had a very exciting game yesterday, and today is going to be no different. I was actually just having a chat with some of the players and gathering some feedback in terms of their approach for this game and the momentum that they have been going forward with. We note that the Central Under-19 team, they are the defending champions in the Under-19 zonal competition, and they have been unbeaten in this tournament so far in the group stage, so they will be looking forward to reclaiming that title, that crown, and doing as best as they can on the field of play.
And ladies, good morning and welcome to the FIAL Under-19 final between Central Zone and Southeast Zone. First of all, I want to congratulate both teams for reaching the final, as I think you played the first game here at the opening of the tournament, and you would have heard about the restructuring where this year we took the 4 semi-finalists from last year and placed them in one group, and the other 2 teams from the other 2 groups, we placed them in another group. So for the first time, we had the 4 top teams playing in a separate group in our age group tournament. So far, we think that it worked well. In speaking to some players and some officials, administrators, they think it was an excellent idea to put the better teams in one group and the lesser teams in the other group. Yesterday, we had the final of the other group, the Group B winner, the Group B final. South Zone won that yesterday, and they will be moving on next year. They will be playing in the Group A. We are also in discussion with the sponsor, FIAL, and I want to, from the onset, also thank FIAL for coming on board and partnering with the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board in sponsoring this under-19 inter-zone tournament. We are in discussion, as I said, as we speak about this year. We didn't cater for it, but we are thinking about next year. The final game in the under-19 tournament next year will be the winner of this group versus the winner of the other group. As I said before, that was not catered for this year, but definitely it will be considered. And so far in the discussion, the sponsor is very much agreed to it. As you know, FIAL is the company for shoes. It is a shoes company, a footwear. And some of the shoes I'm seeing that you have to get new shoes, right? And FIAL have the best set of shoes, only $300. And if you find you coming walking in smiling and you want to buy another pair, you will get the other pair for $200. So please try to facilitate and support the FIAL footwear company. I am wearing a FIAL. You see how beautiful my foot is looking this morning? That is a FIAL, because of FIAL. Right? Cameraman, see if you get my foot. So, so that we can give FIAL the support that is needed. Okay, so to begin with this morning, I would like to invite Mr. Henry Chase, our General Secretary, and also the Chairman of the Premier League Committee, to bring some brief remarks. Dr. Chase.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Managing Director FIAL, coaches, match officials, vis-a-vis the umpires, and most importantly to you, the players, in the FIAL-sponsored under-19 tournament, Central versus Southeast. It's an important tournament, and we have recognized a lot of you guys are involved also playing in the Premiership 2 cricket, and some of you might be involved in the Prem 1 cricket. This year, an opportunity has been provided for you at the under 50, at the over 50, as well as the T20, that there will be an under 19 team sponsored by FIAL to participate in the Premier 1 tournament. So there's an opportunity. On behalf of the TTCB, we thank FIAL not only for investing financially, but this is an investment in youth development, this is an investment in leadership, this is an investment in camaraderie. And at the last opening, I did say, according to a current sitting Justice of Appeal, who was my law lecturer at Woodin Law School teaching civil practice and procedure, she always said the 5 Ps. Proper preparation prevents poor performance. And we'll see the 5 Ps being exhibited here today by virtue of your performances and so forth. So I wish each team the best, play within the spirit of the game, and always remember that the umpires are the final arbiters of the game. Have respect for your captain also, respect for your teammates, and respect the decision that's given. With these words, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chase. And please don't forget the 5 Ps. Very important. So I now hand you over to Mr. Primchan, main sponsor for Under 19 Interzone Tournament.
Thank you very much. President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, Vice President of the West Indies Cricket Board, Trinidad and Tobago executives, umpires, and the players. I just want to say congratulations for reaching this final. Yesterday we had a wonderful final. Men really give everything on the line. So we're expecting to see the same thing here today. Some of the players, no capable are giving some very good performance. So we're looking to see you all step up and, have us well entertained. Right, so congratulations and thank you for coming out today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Primchan. And gentlemen, we have 3 of the best umpires in the country today who will be officiating. They are the officials. I think on field is Hansras Jas and Denzel James. Denzel James was a former first-class player. He played cricket for Trinidad and Tobago at the regional level. So he might be able to do some coaching outside there also. And we stand by umpire, Mr. Andre Martin, who is chairman of the South Zone Umpires Council. So again, as Mr. Chase would have said, let me reiterate that after this tournament finished today, a 4-team tournament will take place starting on March 25th. And after that, the 2 teams will be selected for the North-South. And then the national team will be selected on the evening of the North-South game. And you go into the action in the Premiership 1 50-over tournament the next day, the 18th of April. So you have to be prepared. The national team, sponsored by FIAL, will be participating in our 50-over tournament and also the T20 Festival at the Queen's Park Oval from May 7th to 23rd. And then you start preparing for the regional tournament, which will take place in Antigua from July 9th to the 23rd. It's only a 50-over tournament. The top 2 teams in that preliminary game will go into our final. So I hope that when we reach Antigua, the aim of the national team will be to get into the final and win, of course. So at this stage, let me invite Dr. Chase and Mr. Fial and also the admin manager, Mr. Zaid Mohammed and Ravi Tilak, who will meet the players of both teams before we start this morning. Thank you very much and all the best.
Well, there we have it. The opening ceremony has just been completed, and wonderful remarks there expressed by the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board as well as the vice president of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Azam Basarath. Also, we heard words from the main sponsor, Fial's Footwear and Clothing, and words from Mr. Henry Chase, the president of the Premier League Committee. So all of these players looking very eager to get onto the field of play. The news from the toss, Central under 19, they won and they decided to bat first. As we mentioned prior, Central Under 19, they have been undefeated in this competition, and they are the defending champions. So they'll be looking to retain the title. Of course, this format in 2026 is unique compared to the previous formats. As we saw yesterday, we had a final in the first group that would have been between South Under 19 and North Under 19, where South emerged victorious in the end. This final today is in the second group, and it's between Central Under 19 and Southeast Under 19. Thereafter, the winners of each group, I believe players from all the teams will be drafted into 4 squads, where they will have a 4-team tournament, and after that 4-team tournament, sides will be selected for the North-South Classic, and thereafter the national Under 19 team will be selected, and they will have a chance to participate in the Ttcb's Premier 150 over competition, as well as the Ttcb and TKR's T20 festival, which will be coming up in the next couple of months. So, news from the toss again. Central, they indicated that it looks like a nice pitch. I was having a chat with Salim Khan, the skipper for Central, who was also the skipper for Trinidad and Tobago Under 17 last year. He indicated that looking at the pitch, seems to be solid, flat, and no real dew factors are wrong. So he is anticipating that they will be having a good start with the bat. They want to get runs on the board, set a high total to defend, and also the previous games that they played in this competition, they would have batted first. Only the game against Southeast, which was, I believe, the first game in the competition, they bowled first. Thereafter, they batted first, and it was certainly positive for them in their performances overall. So, good morning again to you, Dylan. What are your thoughts on the exciting clash we have coming up?
Well, hopefully we see another close encounter as what we saw yesterday. Very exciting match. In the end, low scoring thriller with some lovely fielding coming down to the end.
Yeah, certainly saw what I think is the catch of the season, not just in this tournament, but in general, from Ethan Ramcharan at the end. It was match winning, I dare say, in the context, because that wicket certainly changed the nature of the game. It ebbed and flowed throughout, where at times North had the momentum in their favour, South had the momentum in their favour, and ultimately in such battles it depends on who has the grit and determination to fight through till the end. So as the umpires are making their way on the field, umpires Denzel James and Hansraj Das on field for today, and umpire Martin, the third official. And again, we'd like to say thank you to Fial's Footwear and Clothing for their sponsorship of this Ttcb Under 19 development program. Fial encourages everyone to shop smart and shop comfort. Their location at South Park Complex in South Trinidad. Encourage everyone to head down and visit. Check out the wide variety of merchandise available for purchase. So as the umpires are on field, just a couple of minutes past the initial start time. Looking at the lineups of both teams, a lot of standouts from the secondary schools cricket league will be featuring today. So we'll be very excited to see what they have to produce on this all-important encounter. The likes of the leading run scorer in the secondary schools cricket league, Adi Ramsaran, the leading wicket taker, Darren Danraj, Both of them actually featuring for the Central Under 19 team, and other notable performers who we will take you through during the course of today.
So another fresh surface here being used. That one just to the left of the other one, to the west. So there is going to be runs available. Pretty even covering of grass throughout the majority of the surface. Towards the ends, a bit of bare patches. You see Salim Khan quite excited to bat first here. He's going to be opening the bowling as well, the batting as well.
Yeah, well, just having a chat with coach of the Central Under 19 team prior to the start of the game. Coach none other than Yannick Otley. And I mean, for these players, it certainly will be a learning experience and developmental phase for them, not only on the field of play but off it. And to have someone such as Yannick Otley, I think is an excellent initiative. Of course, Yannick is a qualified coach, Cricket West Indies Level 1, and apart from that has amazing experience from being a player, and he's one of those players that just exemplifies what cricket is about, the way he carries himself, again, on the field of play as well as off it. A former Trinidad and Tobago player, Red Force captain, and still plays for the KFC Clark Road United Sports Club, and captain of the team at present, as they look forward to more performances in the Premier 1 competition. The opening pair for Central Under 19, Salim Khan and Darius Batu Singh. Cyan Charles with the first delivery, and immediately Batu Singh is looking to get that single, get off the mark. He's a very talented and promising player, as are many of these players in this Under 19 competition, not just this specific game but on all of the teams that have been featured.
So you see in Batu Singh's setup, he does start outside leg and then takes a step across, just to get his rhythm going.
Cyan Charles, the opening bowler for Southeast, also plays for Presentation College San Fernando and for Power Gem Penal Sports Club with the reserve team. Usually a very consistent bowler. And as I say that, unfortunately it sprayed wide.
We're going to have a repeat from yesterday.
Well, yesterday we certainly had some interesting moments, Dylan, where whatever we might have mentioned on air seemed to have happened on the field of play. Sometimes the opposite, and sometimes exactly as predicted. Flashing at that one, Batu Singh, but I believe it's a bit too wide, rehearsing the leave alone, which ought to have been employed. It's just the first so far.
Again, from what we see yesterday, there's so much time in the game. There's never a need to rush it, especially batting first.
Yeah, I think time and patience are two essential components of this game of cricket, and it's often underscored. The words might be thrown around, but to value the importance and to employ it is another thing altogether. Again, he's just pointing to the gap where he hit the ball as if to indicate to the non-striker, well, I'm looking for the single, but skipper on the opposite end
I think everyone there just thought the over was completed. They just forgot the wide and then all came to the center.
And this time, he's able to get off the mark with a single to complete the over. Good start from Charles. It's 2 without loss.
Yeah, discipline. Just have one wide and one single coming from the over. Hitting around the areas he would like to.
And now an interesting point to note in this under 19 development tournament, Dylan, is that for the first 10 overs, pace has to be bowled. And yesterday we saw it with the South team and the Central team. Interestingly enough, we know that some of these teams have players who open the bowling with the new ball and they bowl spin. A prime example of that is this Southeast team. They have the likes of Zion Phillip, who has opened the bowling for Presentation College San Fernando, as well as for the Trinidad and Tobago National Under 15 team at times. He was a member of that team last year and their tour to Antigua. But due to the difference in the rules for this competition, they're trying to encourage fast bowlers as well and wrist spinners. So Justin Ramnaris has the ball in hand. It starts off with a wide delivery, but some notable movement first up. Ramnaris also plays for Naparima College.
Of course, yesterday we were thinking in that defense of the total that they could have gotten spin in early. Well, they couldn't have. And good in the end because they didn't need to defend our total.
Nicely played, really well fielded at short point, and good backing up because the throw was over the head of the keeper. And good work there ultimately in the end. And Ramner is coming around the wicket to the left-hander, Dylan. We have seen this been used by many of the bowlers, but I still like the angle of coming over the wicket and challenging them.
I think it
with
really
the ball going across.
really depends on your strength as a bowler.
Well, as we can see, one of his strengths would be to move the ball away. That initial away swing from the left-hander, which would be coming into a right-hander. So I like the ploy. He's coming from around the wicket where the ball will naturally be angling in to the left-hander, and with that movement away, he will have them in two minds.
Yeah, this was a ploy he used in one of the games throughout the group stages as well. I remember seeing him play in one of those other games. Generally utilize this round the wicket angle from that exact end.
Well, we saw most of the fast bowlers from that end. They decided to go around the wicket, whether it was left-handers at the crease or not. And then we saw from this opposite end, at the cricket center end, sometimes the bowlers had to pull out of the run-up. Oh, really nice delivery from Ramnaris. Encouraging Batu Singh to flash at that one outside of the off stump. Close, but no comfort in the end for the bowler. For the batsman, he'll be relieved.
And notably, just one slip-in operation here. Many times yesterday for the Pacers, we saw them using two.
And this time, cuts it away competently, but good fielding again from the Southeast team. That ball was certainly going to run away to the boundary once it went past the inner 30-yard circle, and a nice attempt there to restrict them to 1. Darius Batu Singh plays this cricket for the Comet Sports Club and plays for the first team this season. Previously, he used to play for the Presal Sports Club, and during his tenure for Comets in the Premier 2 competition, has performed really well.
Yeah, the Comets have been performing quite well this season.
Second over completed, 4 without loss. Yes, as I was mentioning there, Batu Singh has 3 half centuries for the season thus far for Comets against the Police Sports Club, the University of the West Indies Sports Club, and the Defence Force team. So he'd want to take some of that form and carry it forward into this game. Central team packed with some all-round talent. And another wine. Charles looks inquisitively at the umpire because he believes that it may have been closer. But we see Charles is employing the tactic of going from the over the wicket angle to the left-handers, and strays on the leg side line. It's flicked away stylishly from Batu Singh. Oh, and it's a misfield. Just as we were applauding the efforts from the Southeast team in the field thus far, fielder coming around from fine leg, got to the ball and actually did get a hand to it. However, it just seems to have slipped under as it went to the boundary ropes for 4. First boundary of the day for Central under 19. Batu Singh, anything on his pads, anything on the line of his body, he will look to play towards that leg side. And that's a much better line from Charles, solid in defense from Batu Singh. What I've seen him develop from since he was at the under 13 level till now has certainly grown in stature and size, not just literally, but in the cricketing sense. And that's certainly a wide from Charles. Even Gangu at first slip was indicating he would have taken that one. Really haven't seen Charles bowl much wides, to be honest, Dylan, for what we've seen in the secondary schools competition. He's usually very consistent.
Yeah, well, just at the beginning of his first over, you said one of his main ploys is his consistency. Oh, wow.
And that's the exact area that he usually plies his trade in. The corridor of uncertainty, as it's infamously referred to. As you see on the replay, drawing Batu Singh forward. Batu Singh playing with the bat away from his pad, so reaching for the delivery, taking the outside edge, but safely landed in front of the slips. Encouragement for Charles, however, as he pulls out of the run-up.
Batu Singh does face the ball quite front on.
He likes to present the full face of the bat.
Yeah, very. Got a bit of. See how he's holding the bat there, rhythm to the back lift, not just stationary.
That's a nice looking drive, but straight to the skipper for Southeast at mid-off, Brendan Budu. Southeast team also with a lot of standouts from the Secondary Schools Cricket League. Brendan Budu, Zion Phillip.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what Zion Phillip does on this surface.
Yeah, I'm even more intrigued because we usually see him with the new ball in hand. So we know his effect. We know how economical he can be with that new ball. Gets through his overs extremely quickly. So you have seen him come back with the older ball at times whenever he bowls the initial spell. Interesting matchups would be on offer as the game progresses. Third over complete, 10 without loss. Cautious start from the central team, and rightfully so. There's more than enough time, ample opportunity for these batsmen to get settled, get their eyes in, and take advantage when able. Of course, it's a final, so as you would anticipate, to reach the final, you would have two of the teams that performed their best over the competition. Ramnarees looked very good in his first over. He'll be looking to repeat that same game plan where he's coming around the wicket to the left-hander and getting the ball to swing away. It's a nice smooth action and run up. There's Ramnarees. A bit difference in contrast to Charles. Charles also has a smooth run up, just the difference in style. Ramnarees is quick in terms of his delivery stride and getting to the crease. Fast arm action. That's an excellent delivery. Well left also by Salim Khan. That's the area Ramnarees will want to be focusing on. Perhaps he can bring it just a touch closer to force Khan to play. Salim Khan, the skipper for the Central Under-19 team. You want to have a proper innings. And again, smartly left. Good areas from Ramnarees. Good mental strength from Khan. Nice battle ensuing. And Salim would have scored 100 against Tobago Under-19 in the group stage of this competition. Also, he was captain of the Trinidad and Tobago Under-17 team last year. And it's driven. Closer to the batsman and well played from Khan. Just guided into the offside. It's a noticeable difference, Dylan, from what we've seen yesterday with the start in terms of the opening pair.
I wonder if any of that would have been influenced by any of these players looking on yesterday.
It's very possible. Could also be down to the innate style of these batters as Ramnarees completes a maiden. 10 without loss. Score remains after 4. Zion Charles. And starts off with another wide delivery. Just doesn't seem to be his usual self, Charles.
It can't be the effect of the breeze either. The breeze would be going in the opposite direction. Unless, of course, he's trying to overcorrect for that.
Yeah, you can see just from the back of his jersey how strong the wind is blowing. Down the leg side, and Paya James just indicating it touched back of the pant.
You can see the effect of the wind here on the Fial wind sock as well.
Yeah,
Official measurement.
some overcast conditions just to the east as well as north of the ground. That's much better on the line of the stumps.
Oh, look at how straight he played it as well.
Yeah, that's one of the main assets of Batu Singh's game. Loves to play straight down the ground. Again, flashing at that one. So when he has produced deliveries on the wicket, Charles, they have been good. On a couple occasions, he has encouraged Batu Singh to play and miss. In fact, took the edge in his previous over, just dropped short of the slip fielder. A couple of times he's just drifted a bit too much leg side also into the pads. But that's much better. Even though Batu Singh flicked it on the leg side, you can see the delivery was pitched on around that middle stump area, and he stepped back on a cross. How many times have we seen that? The ball driven straight back and stopped by Charles.
I know you were talking about wanting Ramnaris to come over the wicket, but I actually think Charles would operate well around the wicket.
Well, it's the irony. If Ramnaris tries over and Charles tries around, it can put some doubt in the minds of the batters.
Of course, once he backs himself to do it with the accuracy, then there's always that gamesmanship where, as a batsman, you feel like you're set with what you've seen so far, but then just a slight change like that, no change of bowler, just change of angle, and then you have to recalibrate.
Yeah, another economical over, just one coming off of it, which was in fact a wide delivery. So an extra conceded. It's 11 without loss. As you can see, some of the grey clouds, not too ominous as yet. It's on the north and left of the screen.
So Ramnaris operating with a slipper deep third man, backward point. Two fielders in the cover, three fielders in the cover region actually. Mid off, mid on, and a forward square right next to the umpire.
Come into action there. But as you mentioned before, Dylan, only one slip we have seen from the start, and yesterday we saw two at the start.
Yeah, opting for a lot of protection at cover. That was Salim Khan's first scoring shot. He's off the mark finally.
Batu Singh usually likes to play positive, so hope that he remains patient. Slashes at this one outside the edge, and it's run close to the boundary, and it goes into the rope for 4. A violent attempt by the fielder coming around from deep third, and he got down, did get close to the ball, but unfortunately it just skipped past him, and that will release some of the pressure for Batu Singh.
Slipper's just going a bit wider now.
Yeah, well, it's not a traditional first slip at all. In fact, he seems to be more in a second slip position.
Well, this is exactly why I just said slip.
Yeah, but an interesting ploy.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect that with him coming around the wicket. You would expect that more on the angle coming over the wicket.
Singh driving again, unable to score off of that delivery. He did get a welcome boundary in the over. 16 without loss after 6.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Zion Charles to begin his 4th over. None for 9 so far. Tidy start.
Majority of the deliveries that Charles has bowled has been to Batu Singh, so it will be interesting to see the approach of Khan. Khan has shown his confidence in being able to leave alone deliveries that he does not desire to play at.
For the majority, we've seen Batu Singh at that northern end.
Yep. And again, we saw on a couple of occasions Batu Singh would have probably tried to play at that one. And Khan has no difficulty in watching the ball go through to the keeper. Good maturity and composure being demonstrated.
Yeah, good opening partnership because Khan a bit more careful. Batu Singh does, as you say, like to go at the bowling a bit more.
Yeah, balance in the opening pair. Love to see that being promoted even at the youth level.
Look at his setup as well. Much less movement back and across. Batting and generally holds the bat a bit lower until the last moment.
He's a tall guy as well as Batu Singh. Both of them, I'd say, on or around 6 feet. So they have to ensure their balance is maintained. And very uncharacteristic of Salim Khan with that stroke. Fuller from Charles, pulling Khan into the drive. Again, that natural angle from Charles going away from Khan. Play on a miss. And almost a similar delivery, just a inch or so wider to the offside, and he leaves alone this one. Interestingly enough, there's no protection out at deep cover. However, there's a deep third man as well as a deep backward square. And another player in a miss. So just wonder if they're looking to target that gap over the offside. 16 without loss. Some of the supporters with the teams out here, seated in comfort underneath the tent situate next to the indoor cricket facility here at the National Cricket Centre in Couva. Really is a tremendous facility. Lovely outfield with pitches. There's the outdoor nets, which are presently in use by the Trinidad and Tobago senior team, having a training session. The race to continue. And this is a nice matchup. Batu Singh likes to play his shots. Ramnaresh likes to attack the stumps. And he's still getting some of that away movement.
He's kept them very quiet at the beginning here. 16 runs alone into the 8th over now. Just want to cap that off with a wicket.
And you see an example there. Delivery outside of the off stump, which Khan would have left alone. Batu Singh tries to square drive. Just takes the inner edge of the bat and ball dies at the crease. But he's a positive player. He usually backs himself, confident in his strokes. Again, just want him to show patience and resilience. The bad deliveries will come. And that's an excellent delivery. And he's got him. Just as I was speaking about being a bit patient and not having to play at each of the deliveries, he pushes inquisitively at an excellent delivery from Ramnaresh, pitching in a nice length and moving away from the left-hander, taking the outside edge straight through to the keeper. And that's the first wicket down. Southeast under 19 strike. Look at this, Dylan. Tailing in and just that movement away. Very noticeable edge indeed. And umpire Das with no difficulty in that decision.
Just as I was saying, he would be hoping to cap this spell off with that wicket. He does oblige. That shows the build-up of pressure. What it has resulted in for Darius Batu Singh.
But again, we are speaking about the difference in matchups and approaches. The new batsman Adi Ramsaran coming to the crease. We all know what he's capable of. Leading run scorer in the just completed secondary schools cricket league. Before we go on to his statistics, just a note on that dismissal again. By all means, it was a really well bowled delivery from Justin Ramnaresh. Look at the moment when he releases. It's angling in and then starts to swing away. When it pitches, it just continues. Hence, Batu Singh trying to push at that one. Taking the outside edge, and a welcome reward for the fast bowler from Naparima College and from Southeast under 19 as he gets the first wicket and an important breakthrough. 16 for 1.
First wicket coming with only 16 runs on the board. Central would have certainly hoped for a better opening partnership, runs-wise that is. Over the wicket to the right-hander now.
Adi Ramsaran, who has just come to the crease, the leading run scorer from the Secondary Schools Cricket League 50 over competition. 7 innings, a total of 452 runs, averaging 75.3 and a strike rate of 146.2. Those statistics truly reflecting the outstanding performances of this young man with the bat in hand. He's had scores of 62, 51, 61, 169, 34, 41 and 34. So every single innings he went into double figures. His lowest score was 34 and he scored 4 half centuries, including 150 plus. That's good delivery again from Ram Naresh. Now these two will know each other very well as they both play for the same school, Naparima College. As the 8th over is completed, it's 16 for 1. Central under 19.
Yeah, that's a great rivalry to see there. Two of the players from the same school. We'll bring them back to the inter-class days.
Well, I know that's your alma mater, Dylan. Sure, it must be a proud moment to see students from Naparima College featuring in the zonal competitions, as well as involved in the national setup.
That 150 plus score really does stand out.
Yeah, I believe that 169 scored against St. Mary's College was the highest score, individual score that is, by any batter in the Premiership 1 division. And there was a very close race between Ramsaran and the skipper for Southeast, Brendan Boodoo. Boodoo finishing on a total of 392 runs in second place. Full and driven nicely from Khan, gets it through the gap this time, not all the way to the boundary, but should pick up comfortable 2. Chased down by Zion Phillip, who's lightning quick in the outfield. Bat splicing in his hand as well, so that would explain the mistiming.
Still good enough to get it through the gap, just not quite there to make it to the boundary. Oh,
what a delivery! Extra pace and bounce there from Charles. I think that delivery probably bounced the most from any that we have seen thus far. Dangerously close to that edge.
he certainly warmed into his spell now. Not the longest run up, you would say.
Flicked on the leg side. It should run away to the boundary for 4, but there's a diving effort. Really good work there from Riley Gangu to prevent it. You know how lightning fast this outfield is, Dylan, and anything past the keeper yesterday ran away to the boundary for 4. This time Gangu anticipating. Good awareness. He saw the delivery tailing down the leg side and immediately went towards that slip region.
He got a bit of pad on it there, so just like buys, no wide signaled. A noticeably cloudier day today. Yesterday was very clear for the majority.
And really good take from the wicketkeeper Alves Kalipasad. Diving to his left. Look at that. The ball was bouncing very awkwardly. And excellent work there from the young wicketkeeper to ensure that no further extras were conceded.
Again, just as I say, he's warming into his spell. Comes the other wide.
Well, again, I really have not seen Sion Charles bowl like this at all in his previous performances. These are the most extras I would have seen him concede.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
In the air, chance for a catch and it's taken. Oh, it's dropped just short. For a moment there, it looked as if he was celebrating. Let's look at that one again, if we are able to. So it was in the air, going towards him. Oh, and it did drop short. But encouraging signs for Ramnaris. After that delivery, Khan actually turned his back as if he was going to walk towards the pavilion.
Yeah, I think everyone had their hearts in their mouth for a few seconds there.
Yeah, from until we saw the replay, the initial angle, we saw when the ball left the bat in the air, and then we saw the fielder with the ball in hand. And one of those signboards for the Fial footwear and clothing directly in line, so I was unable to see when it bounced.
Well, interestingly, as we looked at that same area of the field, to the right-hander now, that mid one pushed back to the boundary. Bit strange to have that fielder in position this early.
Well, I can think of just two reasons for that. One, Ramnaris knows Ramsaran very well. That's his skipper from Naprima College, and he will be swinging the ball into Ramsaran. Ramsaran loves to play that straight drive as well as that on drive, so possibly keeping that protection in place.
Yeah, that's the one thing Ramnarees doesn't tend to move it away from the right-hander. Generally, just has that one ball into the right-hander. So something that he could definitely work on to develop his skills.
Ramnarees would have picked up 3 wickets against East, one of their group game encounters. Oh, and he definitely tried something different. You can see just from the smile on his face. And the ball was not moving inward at all. And teeling in after it pitched. Ramsaran trying to punch that one to the offside. Another good dot delivery.
Brilliant build up here. 8 dot deliveries to open his innings so far. Salim Khan at the other end also going quietly. Who's going to push that accelerator first? Definitely bowled that one a bit shorter. Still got it to move in. 22 for 1 after 10 overs. Let's see how they build this innings through this next phase with the fielding restrictions relaxed. Will we see spin right away?
Literally, he took
Because
the words out of my mouth.
pace has been going so well so far. Does look like Cyan Charles still coming in from this end.
I really hope he's not injured or he's not struggling with any physical discomfort, but he's not looked himself, Cyan Charles.
Well, I think most fast bowlers at some point in their career is playing with an injury pretty much every match. Just about how you manage it.
This is straight down the ground from Khan. Wonderful stroke. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4.
Well, it's Khan who's pushed that accelerator first.
Yeah, pitched up from Charles into the slot. And Khan, he's seen enough. Straight as an arrow. Just 1 bounce. So it raced over the boundary rope. Adding some impetus after the first 10 overs have been completed. Khan has been there from the start, opened the innings with Batu Singh, who departed, caught behind of the bowling of Ramnarees.
Yes, good innings building. Took his time throughout that initial phase. Saw what was on offer from the surface. Of course, he would have looked at that surface early and chosen to bat. So he knew there's definitely runs on offer and gave himself a good chance of building his innings, and now is looking to accelerate. You see an impromptu drinks break being taken as well as they search for that ball. So we'll take a short break.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
ball has been retrieved.
Solid defense again from Khan.
That's all that's needed. He's got that boundary. Pressure is off for this over so far. What he does need to look at doing with Adi Ramsaran, who's surely someone who will support him in this effort, is to accelerate those singles now. Just manipulate the ball a bit more. The field hasn't quite spread too far as yet. Just that deep third man and deep backward square in place still. Interestingly, we see Captain Budu at mid-off. Usually for secondary schools, he's always in at slip. Good work there at forward square.
Full toss delivery. It's pulled away into the leg side. There's a chase on for the fielder. And he does well.
Lucky in the end, Sion Charles, that wasn't punished to its full potential.
Josiah Karamali, I believe it was, on the boundary, doing that good work. Ball was traveling with some pace, so he also had to come around quickly. Nice gather and throw. Strange enough, this over from Charles has been his most expensive, but there has been no wides. Flicked up in the air from Khan, no fielder in sight, and this will also go into the boundary for 4. So Charles again just a bit too full on the line of the pads, and Khan stylishly flicks that one up and away for another 4.
Well, it was the most expensive over, but Salim Khan had one last deposit to make into his account. 4 more brings the score up to 32 for 1 after 11. Ramnaris as well getting a 6th over from that northern end. Wicket taker this morning. 1 for 9, 2 maidens. Slightly cooler conditions out there now as the sun has just ducked behind one of those many hefty clouds. A wide to begin this over.
looking for a quick single, but was sent back by Khan. Ramsaran, as we mentioned, an excellent run of form, not only for Naprima College, but also for the club that he plays with. They feature in the Premier 2 competition. Endeavour Sports Club, home ground situated at Avide Samaru Park. That's where Ramsaran plays his club cricket. Scored a lot of runs for them this season, a couple centuries, half centuries.
Well, that's quite a journey to make from Endeavour to Naprima College.
Oh, a peach of a delivery. There's an appeal. Belatedly from Ramnaris. The keeper was excited. Now all of the players converging. Initially, it seems to have passed between the bat and pad. Perhaps they heard a faint noise. Oh, very difficult to thin. If there was any edge at all, it would have been very thin.
Yeah, there wasn't any major deviation there. Ball did look like it was slightly heading downwards after passing the bat, but it was always dying through to the keeper.
Just after that delivery, another close one. Left alone by Ramsaran. I'm sure he knows where his off stump is. But for Ramnarist, it seems as if it was coming very close to the top of the bales. Solid defense. He really is a textbook player, Ramsaran. When you look at him, his forward defense, backward defense, his attacking strokes as well, all of them very much in line with the technique.
Yeah, well, Ramsaran must be a tree and Ramnaris must be the wind, because he's really testing out his leaves. In that corridor of uncertainty, Ramsaran looks up to the task. 14 dot balls now to open his innings.
And look at that, 30 dots for Cyan Charles, 32 dots for Ramnaris, and they have both bowled 6 overs. Seems as if the players are having a quick water break. Well, the umpire, Denzel James, he's now trying to usher the refreshments off of the field. Refreshments came in for the fielding team as well as for the batters, but not for the umpires.
Or maybe they should have brought some for the umpires.
I thought that after the 11th over yesterday, in both innings, we saw the water break being taken. However, conditions are different today. Perhaps they are mindful of the overcast weather and the fact that it's a bit windy, it's cool. So maybe stretching it forward.
We've had 3 straight days of completely different weather. Today,
And
just in between those previous 2, and see Brendan Boodoo coming into the attack now.
yeah, so a change in weather today. Also now a change in bowling. Brendan Boodoo, the skipper for Southeast. Right arm wrist spin. Starts off bang on target. And there's an appeal for leg before. Budu was running away in celebration. Let's see where this pitched.
Just outside it looked.
Yes, he can't, even though he was on the grounds, try to indicate to the umpire it was outside.
So Budu currently operating with the long off, long on and deep mid wicket. Slip in place close.
Flicked away into the leg side. There is protection. Budu opting to have 3 fielders out for Khan. See if he changes the field for Ramsaran. The 3 out for the left-hander were at long off, long on, and the fielder at the backward square who just retrieved that delivery. Brendan Budu, as we mentioned, finished second in the leaderboard with the bat in hand. 7 innings, 392 runs, averaging 78.4, strike rate of 97. However, with the ball in hand, he was also competent indeed. Trying to cut at that one, Ramsaran. Yeah, Budu finished after bowling in 6 innings. Took 10 wickets total, economy of 3.47, an average of 13.2. Dangerously close.
He's dropped the bat with that one.
I can't fault him there, Ramsaran. Those sort of deliveries, you just have to stay at the pitch and wonder what's really going on. Look at this. Pitched, didn't get up at all, and so close to hitting his pad.
And there we see we talked about the training going on in that outdoor net. There we see some shots of that.
Yeah, well, you can see skipper Joshua De Silva with the bat in hand, number 8 on his jersey. Some of the coaches, David Williams, Riyad Emrit.
Also, if we look at Brendan Budu's stats in the Premiership for Marching Patriots, 76 runs this season, 5 wickets, high score of 31, best bowling of 2 for 15, and 3 catches in his matches as well.
And as we mentioned, presentation College San Fernando, another one of their standout players, has the ball in hand. Zion Phillip is now coming into the attack.
Oh, these two are going to run through these overs very quickly.
And Zion usually is very economical and consistent. He has a total of 7 wickets in this competition. Budu would have picked up 3 wickets against East. Phillip also picked up 3 against East. And that's what we've grown so accustomed to seeing from Zion Phillip. With Phillip in 7 innings in the Secondary Schools Cricket League Premier 1 competition, picked up 11 wickets, economy of 2.45, an average of 11.82. He would have had a best bowling performance of 4 wickets for 13 runs against Vishnu Boys Hindu College. Picked up 3 for 24 in 10 overs against St. Mary's College. It's cut away nicely from Ramsaran. There will be a chase onto the boundary. Fielder should get there, and he does. That's excellent work in the outfield.
Off the mark at last, Adi Ramsaran on his 21st delivery. And you see that patience that he showed throughout the early portion of his innings is why he's been able to go big so many times throughout the season.
Dangerously close play, and a miscan just casually opens his hand to indicate, well, there's not much I can do. 36 for 1 after 14.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Now this phase of play is going to be a very interesting one. As Dylan mentioned, both of these bowlers get through their overs very quickly.
So now all 4 fielders being sent out.
Yeah, one on the leg side now. So for the right-handed Ramsaran, he is a deep extra cover. It's actually more in line with a deep point, but he's moving around now to cover because there is a fielder at point. Long off, long on, and one at deep mid wicket. Budu has a habit of taking wickets. Philip has a habit of keeping the run scoring down. Excellent partnership, you would think, Dylan, for both of them to be bowling in tandem with each other.
Oh, certainly. One that they probably don't get to examine too much for the secondary schools level, given that Philip opens, but they certainly would enjoy bowling well together. They do that quite often throughout the middle phase.
Yeah, and even what I've seen from Budu with his captaincy of that presentation College San Fernando team during their victorious title winning season this year, he has given players a lot of opportunities.
Interestingly, no deep cover here for left-handed Salim Khan.
Well, he's brought the cover in and he's put a fielder deep at wicket, deep backward square, long on and long off. And this is past the fielder at short mid wicket, the one fielder who's short in, and it still goes for 4. A diving attempt from Cyan Charles. Ram Naresh was also coming around, and both of them unable to stop it in time. Charles reached there. I think he just went with the wrong hand. You see Budu pitching that one outside the line of the leg stump. With 3 fielders on the leg side, it could be that he is encouraging Khan to play towards that region. However, he dissected the gap with precision and got a welcome boundary. What a delivery in response.
That's the surprise delivery that he wants to spring upon Salim Khan when he tries to play into the leg side.
Yeah, very composed approach from Khan thus far. He started off what might be considered slow, and now he's gone up to 21 of 37, scoring at a much better rate. Ramsaran, similar to the approach of Khan at the start of his innings, as well as start of Batu Singh, taking his time, 42 for 1 after 15. The strike rate, as you can see, for Khan, 56.7. Batu Singh was 34.4. He made 10 of 29 deliveries, and Ramsaran strike rate of 8.3. So very uncharacteristic of what we saw in the secondary schools cricket league. Of course, the zonal competition, a final at that, would have some additional nerves at play. Don't want to give away your wicket cheaply. You're playing for a chance to be selected in one of the national under-19 teams to compete going forward.
And of course, it's best of the best.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Oh, what happened there?
Well, that certainly was not the best of the best. An error in the field committed by Shiva Hariprasad. He has a smile on his face. I can tell you, no one else on the field does. It's a low full toss from Philip. Was going to him. He went with the long barrier position, got his hands to it, and well, it wasn't a full smile in fairness to the youngster. Perhaps the sun also beaming down, giving that indication, but fellow teammates didn't seem too pleased, and this time he gets an awkward bounce, but straight into his hand just for a single. Usually you have your best or better fielders out on the boundary, so I'm sure he's a very good fielder. Hariprasad, perhaps just a awkward bit of bounce as it reached. It did hit his finger and just went through for 4. What they've done well is that they have prevented Ramsaran from scoring freely. He likes to score at the start of his innings to get himself in momentum. Wonder if this is going to play a telling role. Of course, still a lot of overs.
Yeah, so far from Salim Khan, it's been pretty much a classical ODI innings rhythm. 26 from 39, now he's moving up to going through the gears.
Yeah, I have no difficulty at all with that approach from Khan, as this over from Philip comes to an end. 47 for 1 after 16. The players are going to have a drinks break, and we will take a break and rejoin in just a few.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
On the completion of the drinks break, Brendan Boodoo about to continue his spell. Driven nicely there, but straight to the fielder. More powerfully this time, and again, that fielder there, that extra cover, gets in the way. Again, operating with the 3 deep fielders in the leg side, wanting Khan to try to play into that leg side, which he has not wanted to do so far in this over. Wanting him to play against his strength through that offside. Just like more delicately played. Build up of dot deliveries so far after the drinks break. That one pushed through a bit quicker and a bit fuller and ends off with a maiden. 47 for 1.
Chance for a run out. Ramsaram was looking for the single and sent back by Khan. Does get the single comfortably this time. Let's play it down to long on. Possibly looking for 2. Decide against it. Single bringing up to 50 for Central under 19, the 18th over. And a dot delivery to finish. So it's 50 for 1 after 18. 1 wicket in the column of Justin Ramnares. Very economical from all of the bowlers thus far. The irony is from looking at the scorecard, there's Zion Phillip. He economy of 3.3, which is expensive by his standards, just to tell you how miserly he's used to bowling. Helped on its way down the leg side. This should run into the boundary for 4, and it does. A body line from Buru, and Khan, not with a full-fledged sweep shot. It went down on the back knee.
If there's any way you wouldn't want to line it, it's right there.
Yeah,
No protection in that area.
just a sort of scoop slash sweep to help it on its way.
Only real method of getting a wicket in that area is if plays onto the stump, so pops up in the air and the keeper is able to take it.
Yeah, sometimes those deliveries cause unfortunate dismissals where that same shot could have possibly hit somewhere in the bat awkwardly and just looped in the air for a simple catch, but Khan is definitely into his stride now, progressing very nicely. 31 from 50, the skipper. Tucked into the leg side. They should get a comfortable single because the fielder is all the way out on the boundary. The keeper, in fact, doing the remedial work. 56 for 1. So, when I was speaking to the skipper for Southeast prior to the start of this game, Brendan Buru, at the toss, he seemed pleased with the decision that Central decided to bat first, because they also wanted to bowl first. And in terms of a total to restrict the Central under 19 team, he said anything under 200 they would be content with. Based on the start that they have, they are working in line with that game plan. Khan goes in the air and goes high and handsome all the way over the ropes into the trees under the mango. 6 runs. What a strike. Seemed to have played it so casually as well. Such as the timing and also the power. Look at that. No real heave. Was able to get it in the air over the ropes, and the spectators
I wonder if that would have brought any mangoes down with it. You see, they're trying to restrict to that 200 mark. think the 200 is chaseable.
Yeah. It's definitely a different approach to what we saw in the game yesterday, where the openers, they were off the flyer, and then wickets fell quickly and led to ultimate collapse on both sides. Here we saw the openers taking their time, and now that the skipper he's faced enough time at the crease to the point that he's changed his game. He's rotating the strike, scoring boundaries, and is up to 39, 40 in fact, in 56 deliveries, 65 for 1 after 20, so nearing the halfway stage. The question is, based on the batsmen in the Central Under 19 team, these players know that once they build a platform and they have a solid foundation, they can accelerate thereafter. Scoops again down to the vacant fine leg region. Fielder comes around in time, and they do pick up a couple.
Yeah, very smart there from Salim Khan. Brings up the 50 partnership with that as well.
And look at the contribution. They had 41 of 42 from Khan and 6 of 35 from Ramsaran in that 50-run partnership. So Khan, as a captain, showing leadership with the bat in hand, easing pressure off of Ramsaran as he came to the crease. And driven nicely as well. Hudu almost yoking Ramsaran.
That was a very interesting delivery there. Good on Ramsaran to ensure he kept that one out.
He just has to be mindful also to not place too much pressure on Khan, assist in rotating the strike. Hedging and dropped that slip. Skipper Buru not happy with that effort. It was straight to the fielder and slip, and the catch should have been taken. We'll await confirmation of the player was just getting up a bit early. However, it did go to a comfortable height. It went into his hands and just came out.
There's times like those you wish your hands were made of glue.
Can now certainly increasing his aggression.
Yeah, big wind up there.
From leaving alone most of the deliveries at the start of his innings, and now looking to get bat on ball at every delivery.
That's as you see that dot ball pressure from Ramsaran. Just needs to turn the strike over a bit more.
And right as I said that, he edged and was almost dismissed. Again, not what we usually see from Ramsaran. I'm going to ask Khan after this game what's his name for that shot because it's a mixture of a paddle, scoop, and a sweep all in one.
I want you to ask him if that's one of his favorite shots as well.
I think we can answer that one from what we've seen. The amount of times that he's used it. One of his favorite tools in his arsenal.
We know about the dill scoop, maybe it's the sal scoop.
It's better from Ramsaran. He doesn't really have to take unnecessary risks. Just needs to rotate the strike and relieve pressure on the shoulders of Khan, who's going along nicely. 70 for 1.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Budu continues. Ramsaran should pick up a couple and gets there comfortably in the end. The throw just hitting the back of Khan. Raises his hand to signal that he's alright. That's a beauty from Budu. We've seen on a couple of occasions when he's bowled the googly. Some have stayed low and some have gained extra bonks. Recall one of the deliveries early on in his spell that kept so low it passed just above shoe height. Ramsaran dropped his bat looking at the pitch in disbelief.
So now we're seeing a bit more rotation of this strike. Ramsaran bringing up his double figures a few deliveries ago.
So the pair of Philip and Budu operating in tandem. They also have the leg spin of Christoph Siraj. Shiva Hari Prasad also boasts some leg spin. Samir Ramdat. I believe he's the left arm wrist spinner.
One thing that does interest me, a question I have for someone like you who's played quite a bit of cricket, is that throughout the time,
This is an errant delivery from Philip. We get back to that as this one runs into the boundary for 4. So body line from Philip just down the leg side, and Ramsaran helping it on its way. A gift essentially. Too much flight, didn't get a proper connection, but that fall will do wonders for Ramsaran. Get himself into his boundary stride. Yeah, as you were saying, Dylan.
yeah, well, throughout your time playing at the youth level, was there always so many leg spinners coming through?
No, definitely. It's refreshing to see so many leg spinners, as well as the mandate by the cricket board to include wrist spinners, not only right arm wrist spinners, but left arm. Still is, but it was that player in your lineup who is the trump card.
Because of course, currently, well, in the past few years that I've been working in these tournaments, I see quite a bit of leg spin at this. We don't see them often going through to the next level.
Exactly. I'm glad you made that analysis, because you're seeing them being promoted at the youth level and for some reason not at the senior.
Athletic fielding there to end the 24th over, 79 for 1.
As you mentioned, that if you think around the domestic circuit in terms of the Premiership 1 competition, and you think of leg spinners, usually you only identify the traditional leg spinners or those that have made it to the national team or regional team. The likes of Karaya, who we really haven't seen bowl that much. Navin Bidesi, who's a prominent leg spinner. Brendan Boodoo, when he gets his turn with the Marching Patriots. Yorkshire has the youngster Anil Ruplal, who's been doing well. His brother Akil Ruplal is part of the Central Under-19 team. But to me, at least, every club should have either a right arm or left arm wrist spinner.
Buddha coming around the wicket now. Again, put that deep cover in place, taking that extra. Oh, it's a change of bowler actually.
And this is cut away, runs close to the boundary. No luck. Yeah, the new bowler is Riley Gangu. We were talking about leg spin so much, and then they removed the leg spinner from the attack. Yeah, we were speaking about the leg spinner, and they took him out of the attack.
I think fair enough given that we have the left-hander on strike.
And Riley Gangu, part of the Trinidad and Tobago under-15 team last year that took part in the CWI Rising Stars under-15 championship in Antigua. Right arm off spin. Also is the younger brother of Justin Gangu, who is presently the captain of the Presal Sports Club. Justin, a left arm orthodox. In fine bowling form recently. Picked up 15 to 20 wickets over the last couple of game weeks. Picked up a 10 wicket haul against QPCC 1. No easy feat that.
Is of course QPCC 1 going down yesterday to Profile Bow Victoria in the midweek 30 over fixtures. And similarly, Westmore's Marching Patriots going down to Power Gen Penal, so they will meet Profile Bow Victoria in the final.
And that will be an all-South final. Power Gen Penal Sports Club against the Profile Bow Victoria United Sports Club. 82 for 1 at the halfway stage. If they continue in this fashion, it would reach up to a total of 164, which I'm sure is much less than they would have been anticipating at the start, having decided to bat first. Most importantly, they have 9 wickets in hand. So by all means, they can ensure they reach a stable score, get to that 100 mark, get to the 150, and have a platform for the rest of batsmen to come in and increase the scoring rate. Can, with that single, will get to his half century. And it's been a really well played innings from the skipper for Central under 19. He showed maturity, patience, resilience, and also power with precision. A mixture of all of the different cricketing strokes on play, timing and balance.
You look at it, 50 from 69, going at a good strike rate now. Ramsaran hands the strike back to him.
5 fours and 1 6. Strike rate now 72.4. And there was a point where his strike rate was below 50. So just goes to show you. I remember you said earlier on, Dylan, he's playing a classic one-day international 50-over style innings, and you were spot on.
Although that being said, Ramsaran going a tad bit slow, I have to say. Of course, you would have spoken to the Southeast captain and the Central captain. Southeast wanting to restrict them to below 200, but what sort of score was Salim Khan looking at?
But they were looking for over 200 in the range of 250 to even 300. He said their main goal was to get a considerable target on the board to defend. It also helps that they have some competent bowlers in their lineup too, the likes of young Darren Danraj. It's 85 for 1. Yeah, Darren Danraj, who is the leading wicket taker in the secondary schools cricket league. And notably, they also have a very attacking and in-form left-handed batsman in the lineup, Central, who's not yet come to the crease, but we may very well see him coming in at number 4, Cristiano Ramanan.
Very good keeping skills I've seen from him as well for KFC Clark Road.
And he's appealing for leg before, and he's given. Gangu strikes, getting the wicket of the skipper for Central under 19, Salim Khan, just past his half century, and goes across the line to a good delivery from Gangu, coming around the wicket, using that natural drift. And look at this. Really nice flight, pitched in line, and hit him on the back leg, plumb in front of the stumps.
Yeah.
Umpire Denzel James agrees and raises his finger. So with the fall of that wicket, we see the players coming for water. I don't think it's a water break just as yet. You batsmen Coming to the crease, Riyad Jerome. We still have not seen Ramanan. Khan walks off the applause of his teammates. A well-played half-century from the skipper. But he was the man set. And his wicket now will change the tone of this innings, as Ramsaran, who has been taking his time, 15 or 54, he needs to get a bit of a move on so that he does not place pressure on the new batsman Riyad Jerome. Jerome plays for Presentation College Chaguanas. Scored a 50 against Southeast in the group stage. He's one of the youngest players in the team. And it just goes to show you the competency of the players in the Central Under 19 lineup, Dylan. Still have not seen Cristiano Ramanan, but Jerome is a very competent batsman who has just come to the crease. They also have the likes of Riyad Ali Khan.
Well, I'm excited to see his left arm spin later today.
Oh, most definitely. And he has also scored 100 against Tobago.
Well, the breeze has kicked up.
So he's able with the bat in hand.
The two field signs have fallen down.
Well bowled from Gangu. Really like the look of this youngster. He's not afraid to flight as an off spinner. Tend to see most of the off spinners bowling flat and just trying to contain rather than trying to get wickets. Short and pulled away. There is protection, however.
Is that matchup working out well for Riley Gangu to dislodge Salim Khan earlier? Doing very well up until that point, and we saw the off spin coming to the attack. It always was a definite that would have been one of the reasons he came in, to get rid of the left-hander.
Riyad Jerome immediately off the mark. He's a bustling type of player. Likes to rotate the strike, which would augur well to join Ramsaran at the crease.
Ramsaran definitely needs to get a move on now. You see Darren Danraj there, as you were saying, one of the leading wicket takers. Daniel Holder also taken quite some wickets in the SSCL this year.
Well, they were in fact position 1 and 2. Danraj of Pres Chaguanas finishing first with 23 wickets, economy of 2.93. Daniel Holder finishing second with 16 wickets, economy of 4.1. But Holder being a seam bowler, left arm, I think it's very impressive for him to have 16 wickets, even though Danraj has 23. That's a 7-wicket gap. Two completely different styles. And Holder has been extremely impressive.
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, I would have seen Daniel Holder bowl in the North Zone late last year.
Yeah, he did. He featured for Glenora Sports Club. Still plays his cricket with Glenora Sports Club in the North Zone competition.
So he brings a lot of that experience here now, and I think a lot of the batsmen would be hopefully looking forward to facing up to him. Try to get one over on him.
Jerome looking for the second. Ramsaran deciding against. Not too sure why, but he is walking down the wicket to have a chat with Jerome to possibly explain. It was certainly a second on. From the moment Jerome reached at the non-striker's end and turned, the ball was not yet retrieved.
We should have ran the first one a bit quicker.
Well, I think he was ready to come back, but Ramsaran decided against it. So I just wonder if there's a strategy he has in mind. Well, apart from the strategy to defend his wicket. Say a special good morning to Coach Michael Williams. He's joined us at the Cricket Centre, in the executive booth. Very esteemed coach, member of the East Zone Cricket Council and head coach of Murray Boys Sports Club. He's looking on keenly at the youngsters. And he's bowled him. Philip strikes. Jerome has his stumps disturbed. Beaten by a delivery from Philip that was drifting inward and seems to have just kept low as it went between the bat and pad of Riyad Jerome and disturbed his stumps. That's the third wicket down. Cramping himself for room. You can see from the release of that from Zion Phillip. Look at this.
Drifting in.
Yeah. And Jerome coming on the back foot as if he wanted to punch that one. And it ended up going onto the off stump.
And that's what he
88 for
does.
3 now.
That's why he does so well with the new ball as well, getting that drift. Even more so than the turn when he's bowling up front. So it is going to be Ramnanan now.
Yeah, Cristiano Ramanan, powerful left-handed batter. Is it up? He's in a fine run of form. Is Ramanan in this under-19 tournament. Scored 117 against East. Scored 55 against Tobago. And 11 not out against Southeast in the 3 previous games. Also scored a half-century for Presentation College Chaguanas. And notably, he's been playing for the first team in the Premier 1 League 2-day competition for KFC Clark Road United Sports Club. He's been given an opportunity as the wicketkeeper, and he's looked really good, the youngster. Faces first delivery from Philip, which just beats batsman, beats keeper, beats everything, and goes into the boundary for 4. Philip with a wry smile on his face. That's a really unfortunate situation for any bowler, where almost getting a wicket leads to runs being conceded. Again, that delivery just not getting up at all, Dylan. .92 for 3 now. Gangu certainly would be buoyed by that wicket in the previous over.
A new batsman at the crease, Ramsaran will want to ensure he doesn't build up any pressure on him.
Just not finding the gaps as easily.
Finds a single this time.
So in the previous encounter between these two in the group stage, Southeast, they would have batted first when they played against Central. The game was interrupted by rain, so I believe it was 35 overs. They made 113, and Central, they chased it down with a couple overs remaining. It was a very tight affair. Now Ramanan is the sort of player. This is 95 for 3 at the end of 29. Look at the National Cycling Velodrome. Philip continues. And even there, Ramsaran, looking for the single, decided against it, but I think one was on.
Yeah, they need to try to push for those a bit more now. Scoring just drying up a bit.
And look at Philip, he's already halfway into the over. 3-dot deliveries. Really doesn't give the batsman any time. This one's tucked away. Pick up one and they come back for the second. Now chance for the run out. Gets there safely in the end. But Philip wanted it at the bowler's end. And that's better from Ramsaran. More to his usual style. Now, even though he's 20 from 68, well 21 from 69 with that single, he does have the ability to bat aggressively. So it could very well be that he's playing an innings where he's stabilizing and batting through. And once they reach that point where they can accelerate, and he'll take matters in his hands and probably shift gears up a notch. But Philip finishes another miserly over. 98 for 3.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for Fial shoes represent strength, designed to stand out. Welcome to Strength Culture, where moves with you. Fial, where the confidence walk the style.
Low full toss from Gango and sorted away into the leg side. But again, timing just not there. Gangu again just continuing in his and completes another tidy over. That single also brings up the 100 for Central under 19, 100 for 3 in 31 overs. So you would think that's the first landmark.
Yeah, they'd definitely be glad to get to that 100. I'm not sure if it would have been in the plans to have gotten there in the 31st over. Philip for his last over now.
So Philip in his final over of his spell. It's been a marathon, but a quick one at that. And there's an appeal for a stumping. Belatedly, I just wonder if his back foot raised past the crease there. It seems as if he got it back in time. Good awareness from the wicketkeeper, Kari Prasad. And there's an appeal from Philip as Ramanan tried to hoist that one backward a square. Umpire Das unmoved. Perhaps would have been going down leg side. And Philip finishes his 10 overs, 1 for 34. Excellent again from the left arm orthodox. Finished with a maiden at that. Kangu continue with his 5th over. That was a bit uppish. Kangu is doing. Love his release, his trajectory, flight, his confidence. As I say that delivery is a bit too full, but nonetheless, again, just a sing as he's coming around the wicket, just remarking where his gauge for the run-up is. Over complete, 101 for 3. Change of bowling. Buru brings himself back on from the opposite end after that spell from Zion Phillip.
I think you would enjoy this, and Budu. Has a short mid-wicket in place in addition to the slip.
And this is another matchup I'm excited to see. Ramanan up against Budu. As we said before, Ramanan likes to play his strokes. 2 or 15 thus far, so he's been monitoring since he's come to the crease.
Bat was facing skywards with that leave.
One of the considerations that I'm thinking of in terms of the batting approach we know that these players are involved in the Premier 1 competition, which is in the 2-day format right now. It's 1 or 2 for 3. Perhaps is it a issue of the possible reasons for the batting style? The projected score at this stage just 150 and still 7 wickets left in hand, 16 overs remain.
It's difficult to say that it would be the premiership because even in that tournament, 4 innings
They
squeezed
score
into
quickly.
2 days.
Exactly, and then you have the 30 overs midweek competition where the same players who play on the weekend play during the week and have to change their batting style.
Well, at times, of course, given that those games start on Tuesdays and the secondary schools matches also on Tuesday.
Yeah, of course. Well, these players, I mean, I don't think many of them would have featured in that 30 over competition, but even Ramsaran plays in the Premier 2 competition. Or is it perhaps an issue of batting safely to try and avoid? We saw in the last game for Vishnu Boys, where he was striking the ball cleanly and powerfully if they need some impetus at the end.
Yes, Daniel Holder is also very confident, backs his batting quite a bit.
Riyad Ali Khan still yet to come. Chance for a run out here now, and he's restricted. And this is what the pressure from Gangu and Philip previously has been doing to the batsman, causing some indecision at times. And as we say that, another wicket falls. Gangu strikes, picking up his second reward for his efforts. And Ramanan just flicks that uppishly to the fielder in the short mid-wicket region for a comfortable catch. Let's look at that. Gang nice taken there by Jordan Julian.
It came to him very quickly, had to react quick in that shortish fielding position. Well taken catch.
New batsman entering, Riyad Ali Khan. Number 999 on the back of his jersey. Sure, there's some significance to that.
Yeah, same number he operates with in secondary schools cricket. Hard to miss for number. Even with the colour scheme that Southeast has chosen.
Some of these players have very interesting jersey numbers indeed. Some of them tend to put their high score, others put different milestones and have personal meaning to them. But Gangu, 2 for 11 in his 6th over, has been very impressive indeed. Single to finish the 35th over, 104 for 4 now.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built here and bold expression, engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Buru with an appeal in that previous delivery, but umpire Das unfazed. Ali Khan just monitoring. He's just come to the crease. Of course, Ramsaran still there on 25 from 80 deliveries. Needs to convert that into a big score for his team, having spent so much time. Shot from Budu, almost chopped on. Certainly one of his variations, Budu. We've seen him produce the googly as well as the flipper on a couple occasions. A quicker arm action. The ball skidding onto the batsman and almost going onto the stumps. Survives. That's Ali Khan. And this is a quick single, much better from Ramsaran. That's what we would have been urging him to do earlier on in the innings. Just continue to rotate the strike. It's 106 for 4 now. 2 for 12 for Gangu, 1 for 34 for Philip, and 1 for 10 for Ram Naresh.
Yeah, you understand all these defense and leaves earlier in the innings, but field is so spread now. Singles are on offer everywhere.
And it's into the last 14 and now 13.4 overs of the innings. And Gangu wide off the crease on that occasion. Popping crease. He's using his angles well, Gangu, sometimes bowling wider off the crease, sometimes bowling closer to the umpire. Okay, he was very well inside. And flashes at this one, Ali Khan into the gap, should run into the boundary before, chase on from Charles, but the ball wins in the end. So the first boundary that has been conceded off the bowling of Gangu, flighted, it was full, it was wide and inviting for the batsman to take advantage of, and a much needed boundary to the total. So at this point,
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
So it's 112 for 4 after 37 overs. 13 overs remain in today's play. Well, not today's play, in this first innings. Budu has 2 overs left in his spell. And again, consecutive dot deliveries from Budu. Really not giving anything away. Keeping that pressure on. And that's left alone from Ramsaran. Short and wide outside of the off stump. Thought he could have at least attempted a cut shot at that, or just try and open the face to get a single. Nonetheless, it's a dot. And the over finishes as a maiden in the 38th over. Truly some interesting passages of play here, Dylan.
Well, they're wearing the whites, and they're certainly playing as if they're wearing the whites.
Well, again, as earlier I was trying to consider the possible reasons for the batting style and the present run rate. I thought it was for the first half of the innings, or at least up until the 30th over thereabouts, and in the latter half of the innings they would have accelerated and tried to up the scoring rate. It's 12 overs remaining and it's around the same. This time he's cutting and should get a couple. Ali Khan has looked as if he's going to be playing his shots.
Yeah, he's definitely looked to attack as soon as he's come to the crease. Could be part of the plan, but Saran still so many dot deliveries that he's soaked up. Has to convert that.
Goes in the air, there's Ali Khan, and gets it into the gap. This should run into the boundary for 4. That's a really nice looking shot from Ali Khan. He was aware of the protection at extra cover on the boundary as well as at long off, and pierced the gap really nicely indeed. Fielder from extra cover was close, but not close enough. The power and timing as well as the speed of this outfield, taking it all the way for 4.
Again, that was Riyad Ali Khan. It's the second time he's going in that same region against Gangu.
There we saw it at the end of Gangu's previous over. Almost deja vu, you would say. full outside the off stump and allowing him to free his hands. Seems to be one of his preferred strokes. Clipped into the leg side. Ramsaran looking to see if he can pick up a couple, but only one on offer.
Interesting as well, Ali Khan. We see bats as a right-hander and then bowls as a left-hander.
And no easy feat that. On 20 for 4. Reminder of the scorecard. Salim Khan, the skipper, top scoring with 51 of 74 deliveries. Batu Singh, 10 of 29. Ramsaran not out, 28 of 92. Jerome dismissed for 2. And Ramanan also dismissed for 2. Ali Khan, who's at the crease at present, has the best strike rate of the innings thus far. A runner ball.
Last over of the second phase of play. So we head into the last 10 overs coming up. Well, as a bowling team, when you're bowling to this sort of batting, what are you thinking? Are you thinking you're on top, or are you thinking they're just waiting?
That's much better. And again, Ali Khan was the instigator for the single. Seems to be a very busy type of player. Has the ability to score boundaries, but looking to score off of each delivery. Cut away from Ramsaran. And it's a misfield for 4. A cardinal sin. Christoph Siraj on the boundary. That will release a lot of the pressure that has been building, not only just on the central team, but specifically on Ramsaran. Look at that, coming around, got 2 hands to the ball and it went straight through. We've seen that on at least 3 occasions today where the fielders have reached to the ball, gone into the correct positions, and for some reason it has just gone past them to the boundary ropes.
Of course, we also had that drop chance at slip.
Yeah, that drop catch at slip, which was off of the bat of Ramsaran.
I wonder if that helped or hurt them.
Only time will tell based on the result of this game. Looking for 2, coming back. And gets there in time. See the keeper and bowler remonstrating with the fielder. But in fairness, he was on the boundary rope, had to come close to the 30-yard circle. And the batsman pushed hard for the first, so they were able to come back for the second. 128 for 4. As we enter the final 10 overs of this innings for the Central Under-19 team. Brendan Buru would have completed his 10 overs. 10 overs, no wickets for 31 runs. It's not often that you see Buru bowling 10 overs without picking up any wickets.
Very economical spell from him though.
Yeah, similar to that of Zion Phillip, economy of just above 3 runs per over. Gangu with 2 overs left in his spell. Might see some pace being reintroduced.
Most definitely.
That's a good delivery from Gangu, but too high you would think, and also seems to have pitched outside the line of the off stump. Ali Khan just rubbing his chest area. Signal to the umpire, it didn't hit anywhere close to my pad. I just wonder if Ramsaran tries something different, maybe use of the feet or so on to meet the deliveries of Gangu. And right on cue, launches this in the air, and it's a catch. It's taken on the boundary by Samir Ramdath. Wicket falls. And Ramsaran, after a long stay at the crease, his watch has ended. Gangu strikes, picks up his 3rd wicket. And Ramsaran, the first show of aggression, advancing down the wicket and splicing this one in the air as it went down to the fielder at long on. Very good catch running in from Ramdath. As the ball was dipping, took the catch low down, ensured that he kept his both hands on it. Ramsaran, 35 of 99 deliveries, has finally departed, and the new batsman in is Akil Ruplal, the younger brother of Anil Ruplal. It's 129 for 5 now.
Just as you said it as well. You sent a message out there to him, I'm sure.
Well, in fairness, I was not encouraging him to give away his wicket after staying so long at the crease, but he just saw Gangu flight in the deliveries into his 9th over. Ramsaran has been there since he started his spell. He was continuously just prodding, just defending. When you advance down the wicket, this is a perfect example. You don't always have to hit the ball in the air. Sometimes you advance down the crease and you can still control the stroke, play it along the ground. The idea is to meet the ball at its pitch.
And that would have helped him so much in trying to rotate the strike a bit more.
Ruplal is a good player, is Akil, similar to his brother Anil. Different styles. Both left-handed batters, but Akil more aggressive in nature. And gets off the mark with a single. I believe Akil would have scored a century over the weekend for his club in the domestic club competition as well. 41 overs complete, 130 for 5. And this is what we were speaking of earlier, Dylan, where you didn't want the batsmen taking their time early on to affect the batsmen who are coming in and place extra pressure. What they probably should have done is create a situation where they have a stable platform and they have enough runs on the board so that the batters who are now coming in this last 10 overs, that they can play freely. They should be able to play without restraint. Especially when you see the likes of Ram Naresh taking his mark. He's going to come back in the attack, and he has been spot on today.
There's way too much pressure building on those batsmen out there. Ali Khan has come out and looked quite good with the tempo of his innings. Ruplal, as you say, quite an aggressive batsman. They would hope to take this total up to somewhere near 180, 190. But that continues to look more and more difficult given how many dot balls we had earlier in the innings.
Starts off with a wide delivery, as Ram Naresh has to be mindful that the initial movement he would have produced and benefited from with the new ball is no longer there. That's good from Ruplal. Immediately called for the single as the ball left the bat. Played it with soft hands.
Quick single again.
But sometimes you wonder, when you look at the latter stage of the innings, whether some of these tactics should have been probably employed in the initial stage of the innings. Looking to score a runner ball now.
Yeah, hindsight is always brutal at times, and
Yeah, it's mankind's worst enemy.
although to be fair, I don't think that should be anything they're now finding out. Quick single again.
So we also note that the cutoff time for the lunch interval is 1 p.m. And at this point, there will be 8 hours remaining after this delivery. Decent over in return from Ram Naresh, 135 for 5.
Goes around 1, maybe closer to 107 or so. The start time was just slightly pushed from about 9:30 to 9:37. Final over of Riley Gangu now. 3 for 28.
Inside edge. Luckily, not onto the stumps, but you get a couple. Gangu into the final over of his spell. He's led from the front for his team. Sure he'd want to pick up another wicket if he can, with the remaining 3 deliveries that he has on offer. Ideally he'd want to pick up 2, get 5 wickets in that column, but nonetheless it has really been an impressive spell from the youngster. He's varied his flight and movement nicely, used different angles in delivery, from running close to the crease, close to the umpire at times, wide on other occasions. And Ruplal launches into this one, and it goes into the boundary, races away for 4. That's a lusty blue from Aki Ruplal. Really well struck. Flight on offer from Gangu, and Ruplal just held firm in his base, cleared that front foot and swatted it away to cow corner. Protection on that side. There are 3 fielders, and now the long one has gone closer to the cow corner region. And they come back for 2. This is excellent cricket.
He paused for even a split second as well, and then decided that 2 was well on offer.
This is in the air, splices off of the outside edge, but safely. And that's what happens when you're batting with confidence and the energy and momentum are with you. The luck also tends to be on your side. That could have gone anywhere from Ruplal. In the end, gets a single, retains the strike, and lives to fight another day. It's 145 for 5 now. The last 7 overs will...
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Cyan Charles replacing Ram Narees. A switch of ends for Charles. Interesting to see what he'll be able to produce. And starts off bang on target.
Back at him, one hand. The end, they scamper through for 1. sure if that bounced before it got to him, to be fair.
So, yep. Seems to have been a bump ball. Charles making adjustments to the field. The fielder not quite at cow corner, nor is it deep at the wicket.
Oh,
Delivery very wide outside of the off stump, was almost chopped on by Ali Khan. Was reaching for that one. Letting the bat hang out.
yeah, on target so far in this return.
Flicked tirelessly from Rupal. Chance for the run out, and now we are seeing just some, I don't want to say the word tension, but over the last couple of deliveries, and not just that, but the last few overs, since Rupal has come to the crease, and both he and Ali Khan have been scoring almost a run a ball, and sometimes even above that because they've been scoring boundaries as well. Players in the Southeast team are just sometimes looking to each others with raised hands, questioning certain decisions, and that sometimes places pressure on a bowler, on a captain. You see Charles, after he was not pleased with the runs being scored off the previous delivery, bowls are wide. That's better. Again, into the hands of the fielder. And a quick single taker. And that's why Charles has a related expression on his face. They're playing the ball straight to the fielders and still getting the runs. Would frustrate any bowler.
And Charles reacting to that every time, just making those small adjustments in the field.
And Rupal carves this one wide of the field at point. And picks up another single. That completes the 44th over. 150 being raised. In the previous delivery, it's 151 for 5. Ramnaresh now with a switch of ends. Interested to know the reasoning behind that, because Ramnaresh was bowling well from the opposite end.
A bit confusing actually to see that switch of ends. Charles came back well from that far end.
Dipping full toss, driven powerfully from Rupal. opening the face, looking for a quick single. Decides against it. Rare dot delivery produced.
Rare.
Rare in the last few overs. We've been scoring at a runner ball since Ruplal has come to the crease. If it were the first 40 overs, we would have said it's another dot delivery. Impetus being increased from over 41.
And you see straight to the fielder, still sneaking through for one.
And that's what I meant. Previously, how many times we saw the ball being hit to the fielder, no desire to run. In addition to that, the ball was placed in the gap on a few occasions, or to the left or the right of the fielder, and there didn't seem to be much desire to rotate the strike. Ruplal gets this one away down the leg side, and that's another boundary for more. Well played, Akil Ruplal. Delivery tailing into his leg side and just helped it on its way.
Yeah, I've enjoyed this innings from Ruplal and Ali Khan.
He's a good player, is Ruplal. Of course, coming from cricketing roots, cricketing family, nephew of Ravi Rampal. Launches into this one, and it's oh my word, was now going to say it was excellently stopped on the boundary by Brendan Boodoo as he jumped in the air to time the bounce and tried to keep it down, but unfortunately it still spilled over onto the boundary rows for four. Look at this, the timing from Boodoo at the jump was really well. He did get a hand onto it, but such was the power and pace after that shot from Ruplal. Splices this one in the air, chance for catch, but it drops short, and the 30 partnership is raised. 163 for 5 after 45, 5 overs remain.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Some of the spectators looking on keenly at the action. Perhaps parents, definitely supporters, situate all around the ground. Ample seating arrangements here at the National Cricket Centre. Ruplal is now on 23 from 17. It's been an explosive cameo. Giving himself room. Intended to go to the offside, but came off the inner edge and still gets a single. But you see what I was saying, Dylan, in terms of the confidence of Ruplal. He's backing himself. He's playing positive cricket and the momentum is going in his favour. Anytime the ball goes in the air, for some reason, it's not going to the fielders. So that energy is certainly doing well for him.
Needed this a bit earlier. Still just under 5 overs to go. Can they get that up to 200?
Well, we've passed the total from yesterday. 162 was scored by South, and North required a 163 for victory. They were dismissed and losing by 27 runs. Central under 19 now on 164. So we can safely say it's the highest total out of the two finals thus far. This is in the air from Ali Khan. One bounce to the fielder.
Well short of that fielder. All the way back on the boundary.
Rupla launches into this delivery from Charles. It wouldn't get all the way to the boundary. But from the moment he struck that one, cheers and applause from the players in the central dugout. They thought it was going over the ropes for 6.
Yeah, hitting that one into the wind in that section of the ground.
And I think that's actually one of the larger areas of the field. Backing away, giving himself room, goes through the offside for 4. Excellent shot from Akil Ruplal. Finds the gap up and over the infield. And he's taken the attack to the South under 19 in these remaining few overs.
Yeah, and that time went towards a shorter side of the ground with the wind as well.
Yeah. Smart cricket. And Charles just bowling it full and into the slot. He's not really trying to disrupt the momentum of Ruplal. He's not attacking. No short deliveries have been produced. That's better. It was full, but it dipped. And unable to score, there was Ruplal. Moves up to 30 from 21. It's 171 for 5. 4 overs remain in this innings.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Brilliant delivery from Ramnaris to open the 47th over.
a comedy of errors there. Resulted in a not delivery, but the initial shot was mistimed. They were looking for the single. The fielder attempted to throw to the stumps. The throw did not reach.
Yeah, that would have been on their mind to run that single.
And now they get to look at this. Excellent cricket from Ali Khan and Ruplal. Understanding between this pair has truly been something for the other batters to take note of. Play with soft hands. Communicate with the non-striker. Once they back up properly, easy singles on offer. That was straight to the fielder at short cover. Straight down the ground from Ruplal. No chance for a catch. Good placement.
Exactly that. Went straight, so he knew he was going to avoid the middle, the long and off and on fielders.
That delivery just did not get up at all. Ramnaris with a chuckle. But I think if it did get up and Rupla connected, that was going over the indoor center.
He would have done very well to clear that indoor center. That one definitely a bit of piece off.
Yeah, and it was wide outside of the off stump. He stepped back and across and still tried to pull it to the leg side. I think he should have probably just looked to go on the offside with the line of the delivery. And nonetheless, over is complete. And it's 175 for 5. And look at the Attoboldan Stadium. It's situated just north of the National Cricket Centre. And that area is actually where some of the production takes place for the football matches. Whether it be the secondary schools football league or the Caribbean Football Union, even the CONCACAF. 360 TV brings you all the coverage. Ruplal swats this down the ground for a single.
These two making batting look so much easier on the surface.
Driven straight to the fielder, but too powerful enough for them to rotate the strike. One of the key components of getting those singles within the 30-yard circle has been playing with soft hands. Just playing it either in front of the fielder or either to the left or right. It's a full toss. It's in the air. Fielder coming around and takes the catch comfortably in the end. So Riyad Ali Khan has to depart after a well-played 25. Cyan Charles with the celebrations. And that was an important wicket for the Southeast Under-19 team, because you just sensed the momentum shifting entirely in favor of the Central Under-19 team coming to the latter stage of this innings. Dipping full toss. The batsman likes to be dismissed on those. They always think it should go for 6. But that's a good catch running in. And The 6th wicket falls. It's 176 for 6 now. New batsman coming in, Jonathan Mabood. So with 10 minutes left to the lunch interval and some 15 legal deliveries remaining, we'll wait to see how the rest of this innings pans out. Granted, play did start approximately 5 minutes after the scheduled 9:30, so it's possible the umpires may exercise their discretion to go 5 minutes past 1 o'clock as well.
I think they'll be fine.
It's just if they're both in pace from both ends. Cut away with a nice stop. Has to be Brendan Boodoo, it is. Just anticipated. A top class fielder is Boodoo. Very Spider-Man like.
Oh, what is that?
I think we'll have to look at that again. More than likely, I think it slipped out of his hand. He tried a slower delivery. You can see there how he held it. He was trying to bowl a slower delivery. It was slower. It was just almost off the pitch. Pace on. Tell you, I would have probably liked to see Daniel Holder come out for these remaining deliveries. We saw what we saw in that last game.
That's why I had to double check on the team sheet earlier when you said Manbood came out instead.
End of the over, 177 for 6 after 48.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Ramna race into his 10th over.
Massive heave from Ruplal there. Went nowhere with the ball.
I think we're going to see that until the end of this innings.
He's practicing all the different areas of the field to find.
He's been given license to launch. And launch he does. But straight to Brendan Boodoo, who's not going to drop those any day of the week. Comfortable catch taken by the skipper of Southeast Under 19. And Aki Ruplal has to depart after a really well played innings. Must be said, 33 of 25 from Ruplal. The best strike rate of the Central Under-19 team. And his runs can prove pivotal when it comes to the end result of this game. He came in with a job to do for his team, increased the scoring rate, added some impetus in the innings, not only with his boundaries but also the running between the wickets. And I must say it's really well done by Ruplal. You can see him coming off to the cheers and applause of his teammates. Excellent work indeed. Well, there we have seen your request being granted, Dylan. Holder has now come out to the crease.
Can he conjure up a bit of Jason Holder from the T20 World Cup?
Yeah, the only player to be included in the ICC team of the tournament. And granted, there are some inherent biases in that. Oh, first delivery. He looks for the scoop.
Yeah, there's always so many teams of the tournament. There's the ICC, there's the Crick Info, there's the Crick Buzz. I don't know which one I actually looked at.
I want to look at whichever team Holland's played on, if that's his first shot. Love the determination from this young man and the innovation. Slashes at this one, outside edge, but almost going between his legs before.
That's exactly why that fielder was placed there.
And look at how straight he is. Had he been any step to his right, that could have gone for 4. Two Ligas deliveries left in this over. Ramnaresh as well for his spell. And will be adjudged wide. He has a look back at the umpire. You know, sometimes when bowlers commit an error, they might innocently look at the umpire to see whether he stretches his hands or not. Ramnaresh with a bit of a smile there. Driven nicely down the ground for a single to complete the 49th over, and the spell of Justin Ramnaresh. 10 overs, 1 wicket for 33 runs, 2 wickets for 33 runs he finished with. Picked up the wicket of Akil Ruplal in that over, in addition to the wicket of Darius Batu Singh early on. And it's been an excellent spell from Ramnaresh, the young seamer. Very nice consistency with his line and lengths, coming back at the death to bowl as well, showing versatility at the start of the innings as well as coming down to the latter stages. Final over of the innings as well as the spell of Cyan Charles to be delivered. 180 for 7. Can they get 20 runs in this over to get up to that 200 mark?
Well, with that sort of start, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, if he can produce 5 more deliveries like that, Charles, that'd be impressive to say the least. However, Holder is now on strike. And he's such a dynamic player, is Daniel Holder. Can never tell what's going to happen. Slices of this one. It runs away towards the boundary and goes all the way for 4. Positivity from Holder, bringing reward. Just too full from Charles and too wide outside the off stump. Not wide enough as in close to the wide line to force Holder to reach for it, but the exact width for Holder to connect with that swing.
Well, that's the second time Holder's got one in that similar sort of region.
And this time backs away, drives it down to the offside. They're looking for 2. He sends back the non-striker. I think he probably should have come back there. Apologizes in the end. Thought the throw was coming to his end, perhaps. Swatted away down to the same fielder. And there's a bubble. They are again contemplating a second. Decide against it. A powerful throw. Return and collected by Sion Charles. Two legal deliveries left. They would want to see if they can get 2 boundaries. At minimum, they are going to score off of these 2 remaining deliveries. Tries a switch hit, but it beats the keeper. I think he was distracted. And he gets 2 byes. So, interesting shot selection from Holder, but still bringing welcome runs to the total.
Runs is the main thing. Doesn't matter how he gets it.
Last delivery of the innings. Steps across. Wild swing. Does not connect. And it's a dot delivery to finished. Charles finishes with 1 for 45 in his 10. Central under 19, they have completed their batting innings on 189 for the loss of 7 in their 50 overs. That means Southeast under 19 will require 190 for victory in their run chase. And as the players are going to come off the field, they will take a lunch break, which should be approximately 45 minutes in duration. We'll await confirmation when umpires come off to see if any time was lost or not, but it was definitely a dynamic approach coming down to the last 10 overs from the central batsmen. A cautious approach for the first 40 overs where they were just taking their time on some occasions and not scoring as aggressively as they did coming down in the final stages. Didn't get over the 200 mark, 11 runs shy, but nonetheless they would want to back themselves with this total. They have competent bowlers in their lineup and will want to see how best they can restrict the Southeast under 19 team in their run trace. So as the players take their lunch break, we look forward to the chase, which which should be coming up in just around 40 minutes time. Stay tuned and we'll keep you with live coverage of the action.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Welcome back to the National Cricket Centre in Couva for this final between the Central Under-19 team and the Southeast Under-19 team. Note that reminder of what took place in the first innings. The Central Under-19 team, they won the toss, decided to bat first, and they reached a total of 189 in their 50 overs. That means Southeast Under-19 will require 190 for victory in their run chase. And the opening pair at the crease, Jordan Julian, and the non-strikers end, Josiah Karamali. With the ball in hand, at the top of his, well, not at the top of his mark yet, but heading there is Daniel Holder, the left-arm seam bowler from Vishnu Boys College, and for Central. Interesting to see how this run chase will progress, as that total of 189 may not have been ideally what the Central team wanted. I think they would have been aiming for at least 200 and above, given that it's a 50-over game. However, they're very confident in their bowlers and their ability to defend any target once they have runs on the board. Skipper Brendan Budu of the Southeast team said that once he restricted Central to any total under 200, he would have been very pleased with his team's efforts. So they will be thinking that they are in the driver's seat as well, as they look to start this run chase with the first delivery. And immediately Julian is off the mark. All they have to do, the Southeast under-19 team, is to play smart cricket. No need to take unnecessary risks, especially early on in the innings. Granted, the first 10 overs of the power play and the first 10 overs, they have to be bowled by pace bowlers. Pace on the ball will encourage some of the batters to play through the line, and especially with the fielding restrictions, look to target some boundaries early on. However, at the same time, we can respect good bowling, and Daniel Holder is certainly one of those good bowlers to take note of. Amassed 16 wickets total in the Secondary Schools Cricket League, 50-over competition. He's a very exciting prospect. Also played for the Trinidad and Tobago National Under-17 team last year. Plays for Glenora Sports Club in the North Zone and Vishnu Boys College. As you mentioned in the first innings, they also have Darren Danraj in their lineup, who is the leading wicket taker in that Secondary Schools competition. Well bowled from Holder. Very good length. Line just outside of the off stump. See it tailored inward. Interested to see if he gets any movement early on with that new ball. Has a left hand and right hand combination to deal with. Karamali the left hander and Julian the right. He's been known for picking up early wickets as Holder. And that's well left. Well bowled again. But you can see Karamali just playing a shot after what he would have liked to do. But again, first over, it's advisable to be cautious in his approach as an opening batsman. Of course, some opening batsmen who are naturally aggressive in nature and positive with their stroke play, they will take advantage of anything on offer, regardless of the slips in play or fielders close in. Defended nicely. Julian was looking to come down for the single, but has to scamper back. Good awareness from Central under 19, throw to the non-strikers end. And an excellent delivery from Holder, rising. Left safely by Karamali. First over complete one without loss. Just the extra pace and bounce generated by Holder in that previous delivery would be a positive sign for the youngster to take note of when he comes back for his second over. Bowler coming from the cricket center end is going to be Jonathan Manboard. Jordan Julian played for the Trinidad and Tobago under-15 team last year in that CWI Rising Stars under-15 championship held out in Antigua. With a feature alongside a couple of the other players on display today, whether it be on either seed. Starts off with a wide delivery. Good delivery from Manboard, tailing back in to Julian. Solid in defense. He's usually a positive player.
You can see Manboard not quite as pacey as Daniel Holder. Be a bit more steady from this end about trying to build up some pressure while Holder attacks.
Short and cut away from Julian, and it's an excellent stop by the fielder at cover. Put his entire frame behind that delivery to ensure that it didn't get past him. There's a fielder out on the boundary at the backward point. Could have probably come around, but it was struck powerfully from Julian, and had it past the fielder, could have easily run away for 4. Jordan Julian notably scored 18 not out of 26 deliveries in one of the group games against East.
Now, was that game shortened, or was that the full 50 overs?
Yeah, I believe it was the full 50. Only the first game was shortened due to rain. A nice delivery again from Manboard. Movement in the air as well as off the pitch after it landed. Look at that. Started the tail back in, and then when the pitch just continued going in that direction, pacing the batsman as it went through to the keeper. Bit closer to the body and to the leg side, so Karamali was able to tuck it easily away for a single.
Both off the mark now. You also see Manboard operating with 2 slips.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, in the first innings, there was only 1 slip in play at the start for both bowlers. And Julian hits this in the air. It's over the head of Rupal and will run into the boundary for 4. So the change of angle for Manboard coming around the wicket, putting 2 slips, trying to get that ball going across Julian. He just started the delivery a bit too straight, and Julian back and across. It was safely over the head of Rupal. And once it passed that 30-yard circle, it was going to run away. You can see what Manboard is trying to do. Pronounced swing. Delivery started around the line of middle and off, and then it tailed away outside off stump. Julian covered his bases well. And that's smart cricket. Pulled back his length a bit, and Julian respected the delivery. 8 without loss after 2.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So quickly he went to that round the wicket angle to try to get that exaggerated movement.
I note in the previous encounter between these two teams in the group stage, Kyle Ramesa for Central took 4 wickets against the Southeast team. Also a right-hand fast bowler, so it'll be interesting to see when he gets the ball in hand, how he fares today. Holder right on target into the block hole. Karamali rehearsing a more aggressive drive than the one played in the first instance.
Yeah, Hula's operating with that slip, and would you call that a gully next to him?
Yeah, it's an interesting position. Ooh, almost creeping under the bat. A delivery not rising. Well defended in the end. And yeah, as you mentioned, that position of the fielder in gully is not the traditional gully, but he's just a couple steps to the left of that. Anticipating if Karamali opens the face, as he does on this occasion. However, it does go past the fielder, and they'll pick up a comfortable couple of runs.
Yeah, deep third man in position there. Only 2 fielders on the leg side in front of square, so Hula is gonna try to keep that ball outside the off stump primarily.
Holder with a switch off angle, starts on the leg side, and no fine leg in place, so the keeper Ramanan had to give chase. And it's good to see that the bowlers are thinking. We saw in the previous over from Manboard, switching to around the wicket to the right-hander, trying to get that angle across him. Similarly here, Holder switched to around the wicket to the left-hander. The wind is pushing strongly from east to west from that end, so he would have tried to anticipate movement across.
Yeah, generally, you wouldn't tend to see this sort of angle used early by pacers, well, by both the right and left-handers, so it could be just a surprise factor as well.
And then now for Julian, he's staying around the wicket and he is keeping 2 slips in play. Just a fine leg outside of the circle.
Yeah, he moved that deep third man.
Oh, that's a brilliant delivery from Holder. And he's given. Holder celebrates as Julian is dismissed. An excellent delivery from the left-hand seamer around the wicket, tailing in the Julian, and seems to have hitting plumb in front. Julian seems to think that it was going down the leg side. Umpire Hansraj Das decided that it was going on to hit the stumps. So that's the fall of the first wicket. An early breakthrough for the Central under 19. It's 11 for 1 in the third over.
Just as we were speaking about, getting that exaggerated movement in. It was full, it was quick, and couldn't deal with that extra movement.
He seemed as if he was falling over a bit, Julian, when he was struck on the pad. But based on what we saw, I think it would have gone on to perhaps hit the leg stump. Because as you said, it was full and fast. So he was struck almost directly on the crease. Ball would not have deviated much more thereafter. New batsman coming to the crease, Samir Ramda. Another left-hander, so Holder staying with his around the wicket angle. And a short, feisty delivery first up. It's called a wide, but look at the reaction of Holder. Love to see this energy from the young fast bowler. He's animated, revved up after that wicket. Look at this aggression over the head of Ramdath, and he avoided it safely in the end. But Holder was fired up, doesn't mind the wide. Another pacey delivery, this time outside the off stump, and completes a successful over for Holder and the Central under 19. 12 for 1 after 3.
You get a visual representation of the direction of the breeze, courtesy the smoke in the background.
Yeah, there have been a lot of bushfires around recently, especially on the highway. Manboard continues. Tailing down the leg side, clipped away, and should run into the boundary for 4. It does.
It's gone under the side screen.
Might take some retrieving. But Manboard persisting around the wicket to the left-hander, and the movement is certainly noticeable. So I think he just needs to start his deliveries perhaps outside the line of the off stump and let it tail back in. If he starts it too straight on the line of the off stump, depending on the amount of movement, it can stray into the middle and leg side areas. If he starts it outside off stump, he can have an added advantage of getting the ball to move inward, as well as sometimes letting the ball keep straight to put doubt in the mind of the batsman. Perhaps he can hold it, even cross seam to negate the swing effect early on.
Well, the good thing is he does have that protection in the fine leg region.
That's much better. Full enough for Karamali to drive. but the line certainly improved. And that's driven straight behind the bowler. An excellent shot for 4. Karamali appreciating the ball coming into his arc. Just had to step forward, present the full face of the bat.
You see it moved in again.
Yep. And no better image than seeing the ball driven straight down the ground, all along the carpet for 4.
Yeah, it went on for quite some time as well. That fielder had extra work to do.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about the outfield here at the National Cricket Centre. Lightning fast. And even when it goes beyond the rope sometimes, outskirts are well maintained. So it goes even to the wall. And smart cricket. Karamali already 2 boundaries in the first 3 deliveries of the over. Manboard pushing that one a touch wider. Probably trying to tempt him to drive again and see if he can get the outside edge, but he left it alone. Signal a wide. Looks at the umpire curiously. I think that delivery seemed to have moved after it pitched as well. It wobbled as it went through to Ramanan. Look at this. Pitched and then.
He must have been trying something different with the seam position there. Definitely wanted that one pitched wider, but didn't quite get the type of delivery right. Does happen sometimes when you're going a bit wider or a bit straighter. Well, what happened that time?
We'll want to look at this delivery again because almost a similar line as the previous delivery, but the resulting effect entirely different. It pitched and seemed away. First time we've seen that seam movement away from a left-hander. Usually it's been tailing in. And it just died on the way to the keeper.
So that is one thing. There were a few bare patches towards each end of the pitch. Generally good grass coverage throughout the rest of it.
One delivery left, and this has been a very productive over for Southeast under 19. 10 runs coming off it. And that's a full toss. Signal a wide, and it runs not all the way to the boundary. Holder is able to retrieve it. Just a single. Umpire James signaled the wide. I'm also curious if that delivery was above waist height based on when it passed the batsman. Oh, a dip below.
Dip sharply.
Yeah, because it started off above waist height and just descended rapidly. And another wide. Just struggling a bit with the line is Manboard. But what I do like, the positive that I'm seeing is that he's moving the ball both ways.
Yeah, I really do like that.
I would just perhaps like to see him try from over the wicket. That's much better. Peacher for delivery. If he can repeat that consistently in his next over, he might be in for some success. Look at this. Pitching outside the line of the off stump, tailing in and almost clipping the edge of the bat. 25 for 1. Run rate not an issue at all. 165 required. And all runs scored will be deducted from that total.
Okay, look at the comparison. After 4 overs, Central was 10 without loss.
And Central started in the opposite fashion. I believe for the first 10 overs or so, the run rate was between 2 to 3 runs per over. Defended and Holder. Love the energy from this young man. Look at that. Every delivery, he's wanting to go down to the batsman and just share some words of encouragement, no doubt. Holder is looking really threatening here. Already picked up one the last over. And he was tempted to play at that delivery. Pulled out of the shot in the end. Movement away.
Yeah, we've seen him in every over he's bowled so far. Something has been going on. His first over, it's just discipline on the off stump. Second over, picked up that wicket. Coming round the wicket with that exaggerated angle. Now he's going back to his general over the wickets angle.
The ball just being thrown errantly. See the fielder retrieving it from the boundary line. A much needed pause for the batsman because Holder is ready to go. Short delivery and it's pulled away in the air. Chance for a catch and it's taken. Holder strikes again. Daniel Holder, the man with the golden arm. Karamali pulling aggressively but uppishly at that. And there was one fielder set on the leg side in that area. Only one fielder and the ball went straight to him. Aggression from Holder, short delivery. Karamali seemed to have pulled it confidently, but it's against the breeze and the ball held up nicely in the end. Ruplal, I believe, took the catch. And this is another important breakthrough for the Central Under-19 team. 25 for 2 as the skipper for Southeast, Brendan Boodoo, now comes to the crease. Daniel Holder, what a spell this is. Only in his third over, already picking up 2 wickets. Holder, the opening bowler for the Glenora Sports Club in the North Zone. I'm sure the coach and owner of that team, Mr. Diana Nigel Patrick, will be looking on proudly. Says good afternoon to him. But what a talent this young man is. Umpire just having a word based on perhaps where he's landing. I see some of the players assisting in trying to smoothen that part of the field. Holder in rip-roaring fashion. Already 2 wickets. Trying to run through this top order.
Need every over an event.
Angling down the leg side. Based on the reaction, I think Boodoo got a touch, and yes, it's signaled 4 by the umpire. Holder is on the ground. Can't believe that it wasn't taken. Ramanan, who's an excellent keeper, wasn't able to get it in the gloves that time. Yes, he did. A noticeable deviation off the bat, and Ramanan diving to his left got one hand, and it did not stick in the glove. What a chance. Look at that, attacking the body first up. Boodoo flicking, yes, clearly off the bat. And instead it ran away for 4. So fortuitous for Boodoo first up.
He was just getting that exaggerated angle a bit wrong on that occasion to greet Boodoo. Or, of course, he could have been trying for a shorter delivery.
Well, it's funny you say that, because prior to the delivery, I saw the skipper Salim Khan just signaling at the top of his head as if he was patting himself. Short and pulled away from Boodoo. It's in the air, but it will run into the boundary for 4. Boodoo deciding to fight fire with fire. He's going to take on this battle that Holder is challenging. Really nice looking stroke. He's a very good puller off the ball, is Brendan Boodoo, demonstrating it on that occasion. So another 4 to end the over. 33 for 2.
A very confident shot that time there from Brendan Boodoo. His innings off to a flyer with those 2 boundaries. 33 for 2 after 5.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed.
This is Kyle Ramesa replacing Manbod from the cricket center end. Full delivery driven nicely through the covers, finds the gap. Doesn't have the timing to reach all the way to the boundary, but welcome couple of runs. Ramesa, as mentioned prior, he picked up 4 wickets in the group stage encounter between these 2 teams.
Yes,
So he'll be backing himself.
Actually, I would have been at that encounter last time these 2 teams faced off, and he pretty much took control of the middle overs, especially with his bowling. Of course, on that occasion, they would have bowled first. That was another game that a few wickets fell later on in the evening, but eventually I believe they had chased down the total.
And as you mentioned that game, from looking at the first innings today, any similarities, any differences to note in the approach? Granted, this is a final, so it might be a cagey affair.
Well, it was definitely much different because it took me half the game to remember that I had done that first game.
Opening the face nicely. Should pick up another couple here. Decide against it. Rupal doing well in giving chase. Budu, a very experienced player. He would have been included in the training camp for the West Indies under-19 team prior to the most recent World Cup. Full face off the bat. Look at the timing. Ball is just continuing. And that's forward defense from Bender Budu. Didn't really put much power into that. Just presenting the full face off the bat.
Yeah, he's certainly showcasing the form that he's in.
A very stylish player as well. As you mentioned, he plays for the Best Motors Marching Patriots in the Ttcb Premier 1 competition. As captain of the Presentation College San Fernando team that won the league. Flashing at this one, and it signaled a wide movement away. From the reactions of the bowler and the close-in fielders, it was near to the bat. A bit difficult to see from this angle with the umpire, but Budu certainly reaching after the delivery, which was wider than he needed to go after. Short and flicked away down the leg side. No fielder there. This will run into the boundary for 4. And it does. Errant in the line. And Budu very competent on both sides of the field. Offside, onside, anyway.
Look how well he timed it.
Yeah. Off the middle of the bat. Look at that. He always has excellent balance. A high backlift. And quick hands with quick bat speed. All the makings of a great batsman.
Yeah, off to a quick start.
Yeah, already 14 of 5 deliveries. It's 43 for 2. Current run rate over 7 in 6 overs. I think he knows, being the captain of the Southeast Under-19 team and of course one of the senior batsmen, he has a role to play. See Holder and Budu shared some words at the top of the screen. All in fun and spirit of the game, of course. Love to see that. Driven and smart single taken. Budu will won the challenge of facing up the Holder. 2 for 13 and 3.1. 14 dot deliveries. Full face of the bat again.
He's surely up for the task here. Brilliant innings we saw earlier this morning from captain of the Central Under-19. Now Budu looking to take that one step further in the run chase.
Again, just defending, but he's timing it so well that the ball is racing off the bat. Able to pick up a single. And what we are seeing at the start of this innings for Southeast Under-19, which was perhaps lacking a bit for the Central Under-19, is rotation of the strike. Yes, they are scoring boundaries, but they are looking for singles when available. Another good delivery from Holder. Very passionate fast bowler. That's what you want to see from these youngsters. Pure energy, high enthusiasm. Oh, so dangerously close to the outside edge. Rising delivery this time. Previous one kept a bit low. And look at the angle. If he didn't try to open the face at the last moment, it certainly would have taken the outside edge. Ramdath
Millimeters in that one.
lives to fight another day. And that's an excellent short delivery. Attacking the batsman in the line of the body, and well done by Ramdath to evade it. Good cricket on display in this under-19 final between Central and Southeast. 45 for 2 after 7.
We've seen a lot of promise from all of the opening pace bowlers so far.
Supporters who have been there since morning from the first delivery. Great to have the family members, friends, relatives, even schoolmates of some of these youngsters came out yesterday evening. Ramesa will continue. Driven from Budu and stopped at short cover.
At this stage, Central were just 16 without loss.
And another very good single. Played with soft hands to the leg side. And immediately took off. It might sound as if we are repeating the praise for rotating the strike very often, but there's valid reason for that, because it's one of the best ways as a batsman to get yourself in stride. Flashing, an appeal for go behind, and he's given. Ramesa strikes. Ramdath edging through to Ramanan. Comfortable catch. And umpire James raises that dreaded finger, perhaps a bit too close to cut. And the third wicket falls.
Yeah, there's just something about this Ramesa. He's one of the main reasons I was able to recall that previous performance from him. There's a lot of passion for the fast bowling. You see throughout the middle overs as well. He has quite a few change-ups with the pace.
That was a good delivery. Perhaps a bit short, but the fact that it was close enough to Ramdath. He tried to cut it. May have been better advised to leave it alone. However, the delivery was short. Probably backed himself to score some runs. And instead has the head back inside. So with the fall of that wicket, it's now 46 for 3. New batsman coming in, Shiva Haripasad.
Interesting that we're down to number 5 already, and Zion Phillip being slid down the order.
Well, I'm just wondering if they are keeping him lower down the order in case wickets fall too quickly at the top, so he can come in and stabilize with Brendan Budu. That's the only reason I could think, because apart from that, we have seen him bat in the top 5 for majority of the season. for secondary school.
He usually comes ahead of Voodoo. You see number 47 on his back as well.
It's a very smooth action and delivery.
Good encouragement in the field.
A fuller length and negotiated well from Hari Prasad.
Round the wicket continues.
Driven through the covers. Will get a couple of runs. And he's off the mark to complete the 8th over, 48 for 3.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
It's a direct hit, but batsman safely inside. The holder will be relishing this opportunity. Ball to the new batsman at the crease. See, he was immediately signaling to the skipper that he wants a fielder short on the leg side. Let's say he is in front of the square leg umpire in the 30-yard circle. Possibly he's looking for a short delivery into the body of Hari Prasad. See if he fends uppishly. Instead, it's a full length delivery. Driven on a chance. Would have been very close if he hit the stumps there. But again, you see the intent from the southeast batsman. Even though the fielders are in the circle and the ball is being played straight to them, the communication and the instinct is to look for the single, rotate the strike, keep that scoreboard ticking, and the 50 comes up. Solid as a rock from Voodoo.
Yeah, look how easily he played that.
flicked into the open area on the leg side. Should be able to come back for the second. And he does quite easily in the end.
And there again, so many times earlier today, that area of the field, it's always a gap, and so little times we see the strike being rotated.
Short and pulled away again from Buru. This will also run away into the boundary for 4. Stylish from the Southeast captain, just swiveling. Didn't really even move the back foot.
Yeah, he's been tested multiple times with that short ball by Holder, and he's been up for it every time.
Yeah, that delivery was just angling down the leg side. As we mentioned before, Buru very strong with the pull shot and very quick with his wrist and bat speed. So once he gauges the length and line of the delivery, he's able to take advantage. A peach of a delivery, appeal for court behind. Nothing given this time. Ramesa continuing.
And he's going to always make something happen.
Fuller length, and this time comes off the inner edge of the bat. Holder gives chase. Nice dive and pick up. But again, a comfortable couple of runs added to the total. And the main part of this run chase for Southeast is that they are scoring frequently. Yes, they have lost 3 wickets, but they are scoring runs consistently every over. Current run rate 6.2, required run rate 3.2, so almost double.
They've utilized that power play very efficiently.
Yeah, this last delivery of the power play, and imagine they have been getting singles within the 30-yard circle during the power play. So when the power play is finished, and you would anticipate a couple other fielders being pushed out to the boundary, would allow more room, more space for the batsman to navigate the gaps. See a signal just at the left of the screen for the helmet to be brought. That indicates we will see some spin very soon. Short and pulled away again from Buru. Almost deja vu of the shot he played in the previous over on the opposite end. This time takes advantage of Ramesa and gets another boundary. Ball just stood up in the pitch. Buru pulling off the front foot. And he's certainly playing a captain's role. 27 of 15.
The current rate, he's going to play a pull in every possible section of the leg side that he can.
It just makes you wonder. He was dropped off his first delivery. Will the central team rue that missed opportunity going forward? This time through the offside. Exquisite square drive. All the way for 4. Fielder diving at point, but no chance. It was full and wide from Ramesa. And Buru, back knee, down on the ground. and just sorted it away. He's looking really good here, is Brendan Boodoo.
Yeah, and he took out that drop, his first delivery. You never know. That wicket fell, someone else came in with holder, fired up like that. Could have been 2 in a row.
A full toss and Boodoo takes full advantage. This one goes over the boundary ropes all the way for 6. 3 boundaries in consecutive deliveries, 2 fours and a 6. Brendan Boodoo on the attack for Southeast under 19.
Well, wouldn't you like to get one of those?
Right in his arc. We saw in the first innings, batsman being dismissed off low full toss deliveries, but that delivery was the ideal height for Boodoo. Didn't have to move at all, just free full swing off the bat.
That delivery had 6 written all over it. 7.3 the run rate through the power play.
Umpire Das signaling end of that first power play, and immediately I can anticipate we're going to see Darren Danraj.
After 10 overs, Central was 22 for 1. Yeah, we knew on first look at this surface that it had to have runs in it.
Well, Boodoo is certainly leading by example, not only for Southeast, but for all of the batsmen who were here today.
Well, maybe he fancied that chase. Of course, both teams getting the ability to do what they wanted at the toss.
Yeah, and he did say anything under 200, he backs himself and his team to attain. And they seem to have been confident in chasing from the previous games. Darren Danraj, leading wicket taker from the secondary schools 50 over competition, picked up 23 wickets. Also plays for Presentation College Chaguanas and is the son of former West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago player Rajendra Danraj. Local legend, and his son following in his footsteps in the field of cricket.
He's going to operate with a slip or backward point. So just in front of point, cover, a short extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a deep forward square.
And you're immediately seeing drift away from the left-hander, even though he's a left-arm orthodox, similar to the style of one Akil Hussain.
That's very interesting because the sort of load up that he's going with doesn't look like orthodox. Looks like it could come out like a wrist spin.
Yeah. Always notice that about Danraj, the way he approaches the crease and holds the ball. You anticipate as if it's going to be a wrist spin. And then when he releases, you see the fingers. Had an opportunity to actually face Danraj. Played reserve team cricket last year. And he's very consistent, I can tell you that. He will hit the ball in the same spot as much as he can. And right on cue. Sets the field that he wants. Only one fielder outside of the 30-yard circle. That's a deep mid-wicket. Everyone else close in on the offside. Flighted, and they get a single off the last delivery. First delivery that was just a touch fuller, and Hari Prasad gladly accepting the opportunity. 73 for 3 after 11. Budu raced up to 37. A change of bowling from the cricket centre end. It's going to be Rayad Ali Khan. Left arm wrist spinner. Also from Presentation College Chagonas. Now Dylan was looking forward from the first innings to see what Ali Khan can produce with the ball. Had a vital innings with the bat. Made 20 odd.
I was anticipating him due to it was either 3 or 4 wickets he picked up on the opening day of the secondary schools league. And he does do that at the beginning of his spell at times.
Flighted and driven. Diving was Holder, but unable to stop it. Gets a single. .30 partnership coming up between this pair. Budu, the main aggressor. Haripilsar doing well in support, playing his role.
More balanced field for Ali Khan. 4 fielders on the leg side.
One slip in play. There's a deep mid wicket out on the boundary. Cut away. It's past Holder. Chase will be on to the boundary, but Holder is quick. And the ball ends up just slowing in pace at the end. Couple added to the total. Another error on delivery. You see him doing those warm-up stretches after those deliveries. Wonder if he was able to warm up prior to coming on to bowl. That's much better. .80 for 3 after 12.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Danraj set to continue, as you just saw, advertisement of some of the products from Fial's Footwear and Clothing. proud sponsor of this Under-19 Development Program tournament. Check out Fial's Footwear and Clothing at South Park for all your shopping needs. Dipping full toss from Budu.
Yeah, inward drift as well.
And cautiously plays it for a single. And another dipping full toss. Similar result. Budu also likes the sweep shot, so I'm interested to see whether he would try any of those as we graced by the presence of an overhead aircraft. And this one is a bit too full. Budu launches it all the way for 6. One bounce in to the mango tree section, where some of the supporters and ground staff are situate.
Well, it's his birthday today. He's been given a lot of gifts.
Yeah, that was certainly a gift from Dan Raj.
And they've received some gifts as well down there.
Akil Molon was there in the back retrieving it.
Well, I knew he looked familiar.
Molon, of course, the veteran left-arm orthodox from KFC Clark Road United, will be looking on keenly.
Yes, every time I get to Clark Road on a Saturday morning, he's usually the first one there.
He picked up 7 wickets in their last game against Prisons. And he's truly an experienced campaigner. Very humble guy as well. Looking on keenly at all of the youth talent on display. Also, the keeper for Southeast, Cristiano Ramanan. Keeper for KFC Clark Road United.
Yeah, he would have a keen eye on this, looking at the left armour bowl and Ramanan keep.
88 for 3 after 13. Southeast progressing nicely. Umpire signaling drinks after the over.
Ali Khan for his second over now. Closing over before drinks. Still just the one man out. The deep square leg position.
Cut away nicely from Hari Prasad. Again, doesn't have quite enough power to reach to the boundary or timing. It's a nice shot because that was a good delivery from Ali Khan. It was tailing back in. Managed to get the bat down just in time.
More towards the leg stump pitching this time, still getting some appreciable turn.
There's an appeal for leg before. A judge not out. Unsure whether there was any bat involved. Oh, it hit him on the pad, but as you can see from the angle, going down leg side.
Might have been more surprise delivery, a straighter delivery.
Flighted, he's sweeping at this one, and umpire James decides he has to go. A judge leg before, and Ali Khan strikes. Another wicket falls for the Southeast team.
This is why I was excited about him.
Pitching in line, and it hit Hari Prasad closer than the previous delivery. Perhaps going on to clip that leg stump. Umpire James deciding rightfully so. 90 for 4, and the players will take a drinks break.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Resuming now after the drinks break. Ali Khan nicely into his spell now.
Zan Phillip coming to the crease. No, we were mentioning that he would have been into bat sooner rather than later. Extra flight, and Phillip is off the mark with a single. This is an important partnership for the Southeast team. Two Presentation College San Fernando students at the wicket.
So they'll definitely have some good batting chemistry together.
Reminder of the top performers in the first innings. Skipper Salim Khan with 51, Adi Ramsaran 35, and Akid Rupla with 33. Riley Gangu 3 for 38.
Whereas the bowling will also have some chemistry bowling in partnership together.
Well, it's two Presentation College Chaguanas students who are bowling in tandem. Two Presentation College San Fernando students who are batting in tandem. Danraj bowling to Philip, two very similar style players, especially with the ball in hand, extremely economical.
Big merchants of drift.
Danraj just with a longer run up than Philip.
A lot of Phillips' work usually goes on at the crease, bit more shoulder in it.
Yeah. And Danraj, I would love to see if he can get one of those deliveries to go the other way, just because of how his run up and his delivery stride is. It seems set for that wrist spin.
We've already seen the Pacers try both sets of angles. Let's see if the spinners continue that sort of frame of mind. It has worked for them so far already. 4 wickets to their name. Experimentation could be key.
A lovely sweep shot from Zion Phillip all the way for 4. Magnificent strike from the talented left-hand all-rounder. That's one of his favorite strokes. And even though it's the early phases of his innings, he's a batsman in form and with confidence. That's an excellent stroke. Look at that, all the way along the ground. Kept his head down, rolled his hands over. No fielder out there, of course, so...
Yeah, the only fielder in the deep there at mid-wicket was running towards it. Never thought he was going to stop it given how fast it came off the bat, but he had to field the ball regardless.
.95 for 4 after 15. They have reached halfway in the run chase. There's 95 runs required for victory. Budu, the captain, not out on 44 of 22 deliveries. He's raced to that total of 44. And this will be interesting because we haven't seen much of Ali Khan to Budu as yet.
Very interesting matchup. If he misses too full, he will be punished given what we've seen so far from Budu.
Well, he's received at least 3 to 4 full toss deliveries as gifts. That's a nice area, but well played from Budu. Fence it for a single. Just waited on that delivery, didn't play too early.
I saw a cartwheel from the slip fielder.
Oh, very acrobatic. Skipper Salim Khan showing his gymnastic abilities. And that was in line for Philip to execute his favorite sweep shot. He would think that he missed out there.
He would definitely be thinking that no fielder there. Ball was badly lined. Of course, he still gets the wide, has some sort of comfort.
Once he bowls to his field and sticks to his game plan, it will be difficult for the batsman to score. They just can't give away any freebies.
Lovely variation that time, and nicely negotiated by the batsman as well to play it into the leg side. Again, you see how easy the rotation of the strike is looking. After 10 overs, they were 73 for 3, and in just 5 to 6 overs so far, they've already carried on 25 runs to add to that.
And it's been looking so simple. This over, I would consider a good over from Ali Khan. And they've still scored 3 runs without much difficulty.
Well, caught in a bit of discomfort that time. 98 for 4 the score remains. 16 overs gone now. Of course, there's also the possibility of, I think more so in recent times, a lot of teams prefer to chase than bat first.
Well, Abudu did indicate that it's one of his preferred options, at least when it came to this game.
But of course, Central would have elected to bat first, so you can't go in there and just be too scared that a wicket falls, because even though wickets have fallen in the second innings, they have continued to score.
See some throwdowns taking place. That's the wicketkeeper for Southeast.
Look how quickly they set off for that run.
Really good understanding between this pair. Communication between the wickets. It's as if they don't even need to call.
Well, which present?
Oh, well, the ball seems to have been lost in the crate. Perhaps a bit too aggressive with the forward defense in warm-up.
I remember one time, I think before that crate was put there, seeing a 6 be hit down there and it got stuck in the drain.
Several traps outside of the field for the ball to get lost in. Sometimes it goes under the bleachers. Again, nicely negotiated from Buru.
Brings up the 100 for Southeast under 19. More than halfway to their target. Less than half the wickets have fallen as well.
Driven and a really good stop from Holder. Oh, it's actually Batu Singh. Holder was next to him. But that was 4. Once it passed that inner circle, Batu Singh saving 3 runs for his team. Tall guy throwing himself around. Field spread for Buru. He's not going to give in to the temptation. It's a long off, long on. Fielder at deep extra cover and one at Keep the wicket. And easier Sunday morning, another single to rotate the strike. And Philip walks the single. From the moment he played it, now goes into a belated jog. And just like that, 5 runs off the over.
1-3 for 4.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Ali Khan to continue.
From the southern end, who slips in the gully. Up comes Mo to chase glorious shot, 4 runs out the back foot. One of my boy serves.
Solid defense again from Philip. Driven from Philip, but too powerful for the field at the handle. They get a single and they should come back for 2.
Yeah, he's always going to have some risk throwing into that position there.
In fact, they come back for 3. Such are the overthrows.
Have to be wary throwing towards the fine leg region if you don't have protection there.
Angle down the leg side and it's past the keeper. This should run into the boundary. It does. Wait for the signal from the umpire to see whether it came off the bat. And it came off the pad. Leg byes. And just like that, 7 runs and 2 deliveries. Again, with no real risk being taken.
Of course, on that occasion, a bit of a misalignment from Raid Ali Khan.
Cutting this time. Philip halfway down the crease. Return not clean enough. And they're looking for another overthrow. Decide against it. Reaching for this one, Buru. Safely through to the keeper in the end. 110 for 4 at the end of 18. And as we were mentioning, Brendan Buru's performance in the Secondary Schools Cricket League. 7 innings, 392 runs, an average of 78.4 and a strike rate of 97. Buru produced scores of 80, 63, 57, 106, 3, 16 and 67. 5 half centuries in 7 innings and 2 not outs. showing the form that the skipper for Southeast is in. On the other end, Zion Phillip, his partner.
Driven, and this time in the gap, running away to the boundary for 4. Zion Phillip expanding his range of shots now.
Well, I was now going to comment on the batting ability of Zion Phillip as the delivery was taking place, and he essentially exemplified what I was going to say. Very capable with the bat in hand. And it wasn't even required much during the season due to the batting capabilities of the top order in presentation College San Fernando, but both he and Buru will be confident in their approach to the crease. For the first delivery.
So far, the batters from presentation San Fernando winning the battle with the bowlers from Chaguanas.
Yeah, we saw another standout performer from Pres Sando yesterday, Ethan Ramcharan, taking a magnificent catch. Good all-round effort, picked up a couple of wickets as well. And let's cut away nicely, misfield. And they look to try and capitalize on a single. Buru was almost next to Phillip and sent back. The throw was to the keeper's end, so thankfully for Buru, he didn't have to scramble too much.
You see right there, it's halfway down the pitch when the throw came back. Unfortunately at the wrong end for Central under 19.
Some risky business there, but Phillip just having a chat with Buru, the calm proceedings. Already have 4 runs off the first delivery in the over. No need to take any unnecessary risk.
Of course, that's one of the first times they've looked in any sort of danger running between the wickets. Probably due to the fact that he didn't quite time the shot as well as he liked to.
Completes the over. 114 for 4 at the end of 19. And as I mentioned, Ethan Ramcharan was informed by his dad that he was crowned junior champion in the TNT Badminton Association National Championship, showing his all-round abilities. There we see the main sponsor from Fial Footwear and Clothing. Really
yes, Mr.
grateful
Prem
for all
Chand
of
over there.
Yeah, Mr. Prem Chand, grateful for all of his contributions. As we see, he's greeting the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and vice president of Cricket West Indies.
He just went to test out his own pair of Fials, took a walk towards one of the pavilions around.
Yeah, definitely. Skipper bringing himself into the attack to replace Rayad Ali Khan. So one can replacing another. Salim.
Hey, look at that best bowling figure in the tournament, 1 for 2. Doesn't bowl long spells, comes in to try to break a partnership.
And overthrows again. So they pick up 2.
Well, they've calmed down with the full tosses, but still some giveaways as far as the overthrows.
It's cut away, and Brendan Budu raises his bat for a half century. Budu with an excellent knock as skipper's innings, and he's leading the Southeast team home to victory as long as he stays there. They will be in the driver's seat in the dominant position. So Budu with the 50 and 33 deliveries. Striking him on the pad, but visibly
Definitely.
going down the leg side.
Definitely sliding down. Of course, Salim Khan would remember in the first innings when they brought the off spinner on to get his wicket as a left-hander. So one of the big reasons as to why he would have brought himself into the attack now.
And inside edge, saving him there. If he was struck on the pad, that would have been it. End of the over, 116 for 4 after 20. Appeal for stumping, but umpire umpire Das unfazed.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Well, it's a pleasure to be joined in the commentary booth by the Managing Director of Fial Footwear and Clothing Limited, Mr. Nicholas Premchand. Good afternoon to you, Nicholas. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon. All is well.
All right, it's a pleasure to have you here as we see Salim Khan continue into the attack. So we are grateful for the generous contributions and sponsorship of Fial Footwear and Clothing towards this Under-19 development program. Your thoughts on the cricket that you have seen in general?
So, one thing for sure I could say in this Under-19 development program, the games that I have looked at, we certainly have a lot of great talent coming through the ranks in the developmental programs at the Ttcb. This, as I mentioned, is the Under-19 developmental program. There's also the younger age groups where these boys would have came through. And to be playing this standard of cricket here now, it shows that something is being done right in the developmental structure at Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And these boys developing and benefiting from the structures that is being put out and available to them.
Yeah, of course. And I mean, from all of the developmental initiatives that we have seen from the under 13, 15, 17 and 19 levels, this would obviously be right before they go up to that under 23 level, which the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board has graciously included in their programs and their setup. Would you have played cricket during your tenure?
Yeah. Well, I was a past Shiva Boys student. I
Very
played
good.
with Shiva Boys. Well, at my time, I was South Zone. So that was a long time ago.
So the victory for South yesterday would have been a good victory for you to witness indeed.
Well, for me, the victory was cricket. To see that the boys came out, the way they fight the game, I'm in particular a neutral supporter in the game.
Yeah,
I just
of course.
looking to see good talent come out of the program that we invested into. And to me, as I said, the victory was cricket, but it was nice to see South get over the line.
Well, I definitely agree. I must say, no bias at all. Of course, we are very objective, but I'm also from South.
Mhm.
So witnessing the game and just seeing the spirit of cricket, as you rightfully said, that won overall. That's 127 for 4 at the end of 22. And Southeast in this game, they are doing well. They are also fighting back. They lost some early wickets, and you see they are fighting back against Central. So in addition to the cricket, we note that your business, Fial Footwear and Clothing, you are located in South Park for now. I know that there are some more locations to come in the future. Just share with us a bit of information on your operations in general.
Well, Fial is a brand, so every shoe that you get in Fial will be branded with the word Fial, the name Fial. So you could say we born in the Caribbean, but there's aspirations to obviously carry things the way that we all want it to be. So being involved in sport, as I mentioned, I played sport is a passion. To see the young guys is a passion. What we provide is, we started off selling sneakers, a comfortable sneaker brand, then we branched out into office wear, where we local name dress shoes, we will say dress shoes, right? And now we have wonderful heels, ladies heels, classy ladies heels. So we trying to cover the footwear game on the whole. And this is what we've been doing for the past 3 years, 4 years. We have been located in South Park. We used to sell online before that. And then we saw the opportunity in South Park. As a mall, you just walk in, get where to get, go, that kind of thing. And we took that opportunity and it's working out quite well for now.
That's excellent. And in terms of the location at South Park, well, we know South Park is a huge venue and they're constantly adding spaces. Just for our viewers, if you could give us an idea of where the store is located or an easy way to find the store.
So look for JMMB Bank. Once you find JMMB Bank, we're right on that side there. Right? There's...
You see an appeal here, but umpire Das unmoved. And in terms of the variety of products that you offer, any sporting options available?
Yeah. So we started off with sneakers, the sported option, running shoes, gym shoes, that kind of thing. That's what we was known from the start. So right now we actually have branded FIAL shoes, right? And we would be introducing new products to the line. The weekend here we would be launching the FIAL Sport model. So we look out for that on the Facebook page. And as we price is quite reasonable. We offer a deal. Some people say this is the store of the deals. So we try to stick by that and make sure we customer always get what it is.
Well, that's most important, as we see a very stylish sweep shot there from Brendan Boodoo. Of course, the style of FIAL footwear and clothing is something that we all look forward to. The slogan that I'm seeing on the banners around Shop Smart and Shop Comfort. So obviously the smart would be alluding to what you said with the specials and the deals, and then the comfort in terms of the quality
is what we provide.
That's great.
Yeah.
And in terms of the store itself, as this is another stylish shot from Boodoo, it seems as if since we have been talking about the footwear and clothing, everything seems to be going well. And I'm now witnessing one of the products myself being sported by the president of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and Vice President of Cricket West Indies, Mr. Bassarat, wearing a very stylish shoes. I think I might have to ask him if there's one in my size thereafter. It looks extremely comfortable. And there's a size for everyone, I'm being told. Yeah. So in terms of options, you have for men and women, I presume, children?
Yes, men, women, children. You could get... The only thing we don't carry now is for babies. But as soon as they come out at age like 5, 6 go up, we carry sizes for those.
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, we saw Brendan Boodoo with a hat-trick of 4s to complete that over. And it seems as if Southeast are looking to run away with the score. I'm not sure if they are looking at the weather conditions to see if they are playing more aggressively or not. But in terms of the footwear, I know you mentioned sport. Any cricket shoes or any shoes that our cricketers who are listening on could...
For the 2027 season, FIAL will be launching its own cricket shoes.
Excellent.
We would be having spikes and the rubber pegs.
Right.
So, a nice button shoes. So, we're going to look out for that for the 2027 season.
That's great because, I mean, in Trinidad and Tobago, as you would know yourself, many times we look for the brands from the foreign jurisdictions, As you can see, even on the field of play, many of the players, they are sporting the new Adidas. Yeah. But we have been longing for a local brand, a local company to take the initiative to bring the merchandise and products to our countries, and especially being from Trinidad and Tobago, it's an added benefit. And in terms of, just in general, FIAL, what's your goal and objective going forward? We know that you have one branch in South Park. You want to open more branches and expand. Mm-hmm. Tell me about your reach locally and as well as what you aspire to.
So, for the ones who come in the branch, you will see our goal is to provide quality footwear, right? In terms of our brand, we have to expand. So you're looking out for a brand in the East soon, and that will be the second branch by the end of the year. I'm just going and put that out here.
Sure, of course.
So the people from on that side have been asking us for a year or 2 years more. Hey, come there. So just know that any plans, and then obviously to expand regionally, and we're going to move forward from there.
Sure.
Yeah.
What about any online platforms?
Well, we are online. You can buy our shoes online. We provide delivery throughout the country, actually. So,
and for our viewers, you can tell them where they can access.
So you could obviously on the Facebook page. You can send a message on the Facebook page. We have all the order instructors there. Our WhatsApp number is 362-4245 or 392-2204. You WhatsApp any of these numbers, you could ask them for the products. They would send it to you. Sizes, they would assist you with our size run, because as I said, this is a brand. So our size run might be the same as others, so we'd send you the size chart. We have some friendly representatives who handles the WhatsApp, and they'll assist you in ordering, and delivery happens one day after the order is confirmed. You could pay cash on delivery or you could pay online. Either or, and we just drop it off to you.
Excellent.
Yeah?
So I know you mentioned the Facebook page. At the end of 24 overs, the score 143 for 4. Any Instagram, any website, any
It's
TikTok?
just Fial.
Okay, so
Right.
just look for Fial
Fial,
across
and
social
you'll find
media.
it right through. You'll find the website, everything on the Facebook page, linked it, and it'll be easy to find.
All right, and the
Right.
catalog of products would be available.
Everything would be right. Yeah.
Okay, excellent. And I know just a point to mention, we have been speaking about footwear, but it's Fial footwear and clothing.
Right.
So if you could perhaps, tell our viewers about some of the clothing options you have in store.
So we have a branded active brand where we have dry fit t-shirts, dry fit pants with branded with the Fial, and we also do casual clothing. If you want, I'll lead you probably have a little night out or office wear. We do a lot of nice casual clothes, dress pants, shirts. That is what Fial wear provide. So the footwear is Fial. The clothing section is Fial wear.
Okay.
Right, so we separate it.
Distinction,
Anyway.
yes, I like that. And from what I gather, you have items for all occasions. You have stuff for
Yes,
outdoors, stuff
yes.
for indoors,
Yeah.
formal functions,
Yeah.
sporting, informal, homeware also
Ye-
for comfort in terms of
Yes,
the sporting
yes,
wear,
yes.
persons who like to be active around the house,
Yeah.
that breathable material. It's great to hear. And I mean, especially all of these youngsters who are taking part in the competition and looking on, they will be very much interested to check out the options that Fial's footwear and clothing have in store. We see Riyad Ali Khan from the northern end, and this run chase the southeast. Your thoughts on this game so far? You know that you looked at the game yesterday, and it was a very good fight back indeed from the team coming in second.
We've seen the value of Brendan Boodoo here. This innings here looking valuable. So Central pop a good fight, they pop a nice little score, but then we know the depth that Southeast has, and they're showing it here right now.
Yeah, spot on. I mean, it's been really a battle to the end, and it's good to see that, as you mentioned before, the spirit of cricket most alive. You know, win, lose or draw, cricket wins ultimately.
Yeah.
And I'm sure even when you express your statements in the morning prior to the game as well as in the evening of the youngsters, they're looking on attentively as this one is hitting Zion Philip on the pad, and umpire Das decides that he's out. Riyad Ali Khan striking. Would it be too little too late, or would it be just at the right time for Central Under 19? And there, Mr. Pritchard, I could show you somehow the commentator's curse or blessing comes into effect, because we were just speaking about the fight from Central, and they are fighting back. Zion Philip, who was looking set at the crease with Brendan Boodoo, adjudged like before, and he has to go. The new batsman coming in for Southeast, Christoph Siraj, to the crease. So at this point, Mr. Premchand, I would like to thank you very much again for your generous contribution, sponsorship, investment, and overall your presence, because to have you here in person, coming to the games and being around the players, being actively involved is such a blessing indeed. Because, sometimes we have sponsors who might contribute, but we need to see the face on the ground for the players and everyone to appreciate the value and effect of what you are providing to Trinidad and Tobago cricket. As you said, this development stage on the 19 level, as well as the other age groups, so vital to our national senior team, as well as the region and international aspects. And any final words in closing based on your thoughts overall on cricket and sponsorship in general, especially coming from an entity such as yours?
Well, when we went into the arrangement to partner with Ttcb, everything that we thought would happen is what happened. The tournament ran smoothly. Some players who actually in the tournament are well pleased with the way it has been run, professional. Ttcb has been doing a good job and they will continue doing a good job, and we are here to support them at the under 19 level. And we just wish all the players the best and the Ttcb in their endeavors and their plans moving forward.
Sure, and I'm most certain that you will encourage anyone looking on who might be interested in potential sponsorship opportunities. Any words on that?
For sure. So anyone who want to contribute to the game, feel free to do that, because you're seeing where your money is going and you're seeing the hard work that TTCB has put it into the development of these youths and them. So, for me, it's been a joy and a pleasure working with TTCB. I'm sure anyone who looks to engage in doing business with them would feel the same.
Well said indeed. Ali Khan looking to finish this over strongly after picking up a wicket. And on that note, just before you go, I know that there was mention of a restaurant. Is there a Fial restaurant in the making as well, or is that another venture?
We have a partnership with a restaurant in South Park named Penthouse Restaurant and Bar.
Yes, that's a new one that opened in the top.
Yeah, so we have a partnership with Penthouse where rooftop vibes.
Okay.
Luxury, ambient scenery, relaxing. We could bring a family out. That kind of, we more into dining and family settings and these kind of things. So that is something we could look out for.
Well, that's excellent. Looking forward to those visits down to South Park to check out Fial Footwear and Clothing. Of course, reminder to all of our viewers that you can access the information online. You can check out Fial on Facebook, Instagram, via the website, as well as checking out the store in person at South Park. We encourage everyone to check them out and view all of the products and options available. Of course, it's footwear and clothing for all occasions, whether it be sporting or formal. They've got you covered. And I'd again like to thank you, Mr. Premchand, for your contributions to the game, your contributions to the business industry of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, because it's a very important part of cricket going forward. And as you mentioned, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board was continuously invested in youth and put youth at the forefront of their focus. Any closing words from you?
Right, so we at FIA, we just want to again say thank you to TTCB for having us on board with the Under 19 program. We just want to say that again, we're well pleased with the way that the program has been running, the talent that we have been seeing. And we're looking to work with the TTCB in the future. So this is a partnership that's going to be there for a long while.
Well, it's great to hear that. We are witnessing the start of something that's going to develop into further greatness. Thank you very much to Mr. Nicholas Premchand, the Managing Director of Fial Footwear and Clothing, for his contributions on and off the field of play. And we look forward to all of the contributions going forward in the future. Of course, remember, Fial encourages you to shop smart, shop comfort, and check them out for all of your footwear and clothing needs.
All right, thank you.
So we're back with the live action. Southeast Under 19, 146 for 5 at the end of 26 overs. The pair at the crease, Christoph Siraj and Brendan Boodoo. Boodoo on 70, not out. And the Southeast team would require 44 runs for victory in 144 deliveries. time and overs, not an issue. Just have to be concerned in terms of the wickets in hand. Conditions a bit overcast here, but thankfully all of those grey clouds are to the left of the National Cricket Centre. And the ground staff, who are excellent indicators of whether rain is coming, they seem to be not alarmed, which is a good sign for us.
If anything, it's just making the conditions more comfortable, and as comfortable as that shot and the 2 runs that comes along with it for Brendan Boodoo.
He's making it look so easy at this stage as Brendan Boodoo.
Yeah, you know that those comfortable conditions, comfortable cricket and comfortable shoes. I'm
Yeah,
so
of course.
glad I got to see some of those on display up close.
Well,
Certainly
I think
helps with the promotion of it.
on our way down south, we might have to very well visit South Park and check out Fial's
We
footwear
didn't-
and clothing.
I don't think we found out the opening hours.
That's what we have the social media for. This is driven by Boodoo and another misfield. I've seen on a few occasions where the ball has just bubbled out of the hands of the fielders and gone past them. And Boodoo capitalizing on everything.
Left that one alone. Just went straight on. Mixing it up very nicely throughout this over.
Well, Siraj is on 1 from 12 deliveries. Don't think he needs to go for that attacking stroke. Just probably look to give the strike to Boodoo, who's in form. Play on a miss this time. 149 for 5 at the end of 27.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Salim Khan about to enter his 5th over.
Boodoo continuing in his work. Rotating a strike.
It's really just been a top-notch innings. Boundaries punishing the bad balls, and
Siraj trying to get in on the action. He's played some nice looking shots, but just unable to get it past the fielders.
150 also brought up for this Southeast. 40 runs away now.
And this time, Siraj does get the single. That's more in line with the game plan. Boodoo, of course, seems to be unfazed, apart from that initial chance he gave on the first delivery he faced, where he was dropped. Has looked meticulous since then. And Kane finding the gap. There's some work for Holder to do on the boundary. He gets there. Nice clean pick up with one hand.
See, hold out on the boundary. I wonder if he might get back into the attack sooner rather than later.
Possibly warming up the legs.
Because at this stage of the game, can't wait to save him back till the last 10.
I think that's not a bad idea at all if you reintroduce Holder with his aggression and his wicket-taking ability. 2 for 22 in his first spell of 5 overs. Ali Khan 2 for 20 in 6. And Ramesa 1 for 30 in 3. Dan Raj unfortunately not getting any wickets today.
Yeah, Ramesa will be another interesting one because his last over went for a good bit of runs, but he did pick up that wicket before.
I think they might just be cautious before they rush to bring back pace into the attack, because Budu does like pace on the ball. He can play pace, he can play spin. But we saw when Holder was in firing mood, even the short deliveries he produced against Budu, he pulled it away quite comfortably. Siraj.
This 28 over stage, Central was 92 for 3.
Oh, that's a majestic sweep shot. Siraj getting into the action all the way for 4. Really turning up the heat now. The Southeast team as they bring that required target under 40. It was on the line of the stumps. Had he missed there, would have been in for a good shout at like before. And such was the confidence of Siraj.
Yeah, batsmen just keep coming. Every time they take a wicket, the Central team, just another batsman comes to the crease and looks the part.
Siraj did have a score of 58, I believe, in one of the group games.
Well,
And what happened there? I'm not too sure.
wait. Well,
Well, we just confirm that Siraj was dismissed. Look at it again in the replay. Initially, we wondered if the ball was going onto the stumps, and thereafter, he walked out of his crease. Ramanan looked at where his foot was, picked up the ball, clipped the bails, and appealed to the square leg umpire, and he was given run out. So, very good awareness from Cristiano Ramanan, the wicketkeeper. Batsman Siraj straying outside of the crease. Initially, he was just walking away after he played the shot, something that most batsmen do. However, in the laws of the game, the ball is not considered dead or inactive until it's returned. And as you could have seen in the replay as well, Ali Khan was pointing very animatedly towards the ball and towards Ramanan. Let's look at it again. A very unfortunate way to be dismissed, but he was walking away. Ramanan turned his head.
He's pointed there now.
He was going to pick up the ball to return it to the bowler, but saw him outside of the crease and then took off the bails. And look at the celebrations. Training taking place at the outdoor turf nets of the National Cricket Centre. Again, just a testament to all of the excellent facilities. Danraj returning into the attack. 33 required now.
That's almost like that dismissal from 2 Ashes ago with Johnny Bairstow.
Well, it's very reminiscent. And
of course, at that occasion, pace was being bowled, which would have been even less common for that sort of dismissal.
Well, in fairness, I think the batsman, he probably would have assumed that the ball stopped on the pitch. The next step was just for the keeper to return it to the bowler.
Ooh.
And he's chopped it on. Boodoo is gone. Danraj strikes. Coming back into the attack and getting the all-important wicket of Brendan Boodoo. That delivery not rising at all. Boodoo just on the back foot and chopping it onto the off stump. Could this be the turning point in the game? Look at that. The ball did not even get up past ankle height. And Boodoo beaten by the lack of bounce. It hit the toe of the bat. And he just looked in disbelief. I really do feel it there for Boodoo. Could very well have been one of the variations from Danraj. A cross-seam delivery, or should have possibly come forward as well rather than going back. But he was playing so confidently, having reached the 75 plus. Boodoo was eyeing a century, looking to take his team home to victory. Now they have some recalibration to do. Southeast, Riley Gangu is the new batsman.
Yeah, but it's unfortunate there for Boodoo. Difficult to deal with that sort of delivery, keeping low on the line of the stumps as well. Of course, at the end of the day, still need to get your bat down in time.
Well, it's not over until the last wicket falls or the last run is scored. And Central under 19 are showing all of their fighting prowess in this game.
Well, this portion of the game is reminiscent of how the first time these teams played together went. There were a few wickets later on in that game, and eventually the chasing team, which on that case was Central, eventually did get home.
Striking him in front. Appeal for leg before. There's an overthrow that will run close to the boundary. Batu Singh giving chase. He pulls it back in time. Very, very fine margins now. It's coming close to the end of this game. You'll have to take a look at that LBW appeal. Danraj has not really been spinning the ball any significant amount. He's been using that angle to drift inward.
Let's see if he got any bat on it. It was definitely pad.
Or is it that he was perhaps struck outside the line of the off stump? I think
Oh
that's
yeah,
it.
definitely it was outside the line.
Good decision from umpire James.
I was just looking to see where it hit because I missed the signal. So many things was going on that delivery. 30 needed in 120 deliveries. Run rate well on the chasing side, but wickets. And a sweep away to the
this
boundary for 4.
Yeah. A lot of pressure released with that stroke. First delivery in this over, swept away for 4. Riley Gangu getting into the action. Good looking sweep shot from Gangu, showing his all-round ability. Already had 3 wickets with the ball in hand in his 10 overs. Now he has a role to play with his team where he has to help them get home to victory. 26 runs required, 3 wickets in hand. So Ali Khan, after conceding that 4 on the first delivery, 2 consecutive dots. That's a peach of a delivery.
2 for 28. Very economical. About to complete his 8th over.
And another sweep shot from Gangu. This time the fielder should get around. It's not as fine as the previous boundary, but he does pick up a couple of welcome runs again.
Definitely enjoying that sweep shot is Gangu. It's all he scored off of. Barely runs needed now down to 24.
Another play and a miss, but most importantly for South, 6 runs coming off of that over. Southeast, 166 for 7 after 31 overs. So Riley Gangu and Alves Kalipasar with a job to do for the Southeast under 19s. Darren Danraj with the ball in hand similarly. Winner takes all. These are the pivotal moments. The game seemed set in the favor of Southeast, and that departure of Brendan Boodoo shifted it in the favor of the central team. However, take nothing away from the batting ability of Karipasara and Gangu. They'll be eager to prove that they are capable enough to take their team home to victory.
His comeback spell from Danraj has been something to savor. First spell didn't quite go to his liking.
Low full toss. Sorted away, but just a single initially. However, there's a bubble. Batu Singh misfields, and they will get an additional run.
Well, Batu Singh lucky in the end. It didn't go away for 4.
Two runs required, and best believe that they are going to count down these rounds one by one. Kali Prasad has a solid defense. Gangu looks to be the more attacking of the pair. But they have a lot of overs, just have to see out Danraj and Ali Khan. Almost going in between battered pad. Lives to survive another over. 168 for 7 after 32. And the players will take a drinks break. We'll also take a break and rejoin you in just a few.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Final session of this run chase about to begin. 22 more runs needed by Southeast. They have 3 wickets still in the hut. Riley Gangu still on strike. To face up to Riyad Ali Khan. pushing into the offside. One easy. They just need to take it one by one. Both batsmen off the mark at this stage. Interestingly, what you see there from Ali Khan as well in the previous over, Gangood was very quick to sweep, and he has put a fine leg fielder just in the circle. Brilliant fielding there. Applauded by his teammates. Have to try to restrict those singles, build up the dots. And that fielding is going to help that effort. Those wides are certainly not, though. Better that time, bringing Kali Prasad across. Generous flight and just defended to short extra cover fielder. Had a anxious few moments there as he was safely through for one in the end, but could have easily chopped that on. Finishes the 33rd over, 171 for 7, and 19 more needed now. Energetic Daniel Holder, just marking his run up. This time a change of ends for him. He's going to be re-entering the attack from the National Cricket Centre end, the southern end of this ground. Bowl his first 5 overs, 2 for 22 from the northern end. He's going to start round the wicket to the right-hander. Something that you more commonly see with left-arm bowlers coming down to the end of the innings. Cutting off the angle, trying to tail the ball back. Although with the grass coverage on the surface, I'm not sure how much tail back there'll be here for him. And it's a leg side-ish start. And 2 easy runs for the batsmen, as they were able to just guide it into that square leg region and run quite intently. Better line that time from Daniel Holder.
Well, it's a interesting change of ends for Holder. Thought he bowled really well from the northern end. Now taking up the attack from the cricket centre end.
It's interesting, we've seen pacers on, all the pacers on both teams do that. Change up the ends for the second spell later on.
Wonder if that has anything to do with their comfort with their run-up, or whether it's something more mental in terms of trying a difference. And Kali Prasad resolute in defense.
Just 2 runs from the over so far.
And they should pick up another couple here, perhaps just one. The push for the second. He's coming back. And he gets there in time. 175 for 7 and 34. Voodoo top scoring with 76. Philip 23 and Harry Prasad 14. Holder 2 for 26. Ali Khan 2 for 33. And Ramesa 1 for 30.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Final over for Riyad Ali Khan. Gangu just looking to play out this threat from the left arm wrist spinner.
And it's his last over, so he just has to be mindful. Play it smartly. Don't need to take unnecessary risk. As you see that, a play and a miss.
Because what he's going to know is Holder is going to be at the other end. You're going to see a change at this end, and it's going to be finger spin or maybe piece being reintroduced, but not quite the same caliber as we see from Daniel Holder.
Opening the face and runs it down to the vacant third man region. Just a single.
Thought about it for a second, decided no run in the end. 14 required still. The 5 overs have been bowled. And it's 176 for 7.
Holder continues. I'd like to say a special thank you to all of the ground staff here at the National Cricket Centre. Seen them making their way around the facility. It's done excellent service, not just to this facility, but to cricket in general.
And just in this last period of play, the sun is back out shining.
The sun is shining. The weather is sweet. Makes you want to move your dancing feet. Words of one and only Robert Nesta Marley. These players would be looking to get another wicket from the central team. But Kari Prasad and Gangu, they are resisting. And he's bowled him. Daniel Holder strikes. Kari Prasad is bowled. The middle stump pegged back. Kari Prasad has to depart. Look at the celebrations here. They're signaling they want some hydration. Holder, he also wants something to eat. It looks like patting his belly, but he's hungry for wickets. That's what he's signaling. See Ramanan there having a word with the rest of the team. 2 more wickets now. Look at this delivery from Holder. Hitting the off stump, beating in between bat and pad, just as we were praising Kari Prasad for his stout defense. Holder is able to breach it. New batsman in for the Southeast team, Sion Charles.
That is exactly why Daniel Holder was back into the attack at this stage. Could have maybe even come in earlier, as we were discussing.
Well, that's exactly why we were calling for him to come back into the attack anyway. The over that he bowled before, conceded 4 runs off of it, but by all means, he's the sort of bowler that you can get a wicket at any time. He's very threatening, very capable, and most importantly, the passion and the purpose that he has been playing with has given him that extra drive and motivation. 2 wickets required for Central to get victory, and 13 runs required for Southeast to attain victory. 2 more deliveries in this over from Holder, and he has 3 overs after this. Almost chopping that one on, Charles. Good defense there from Charles. Bat in front of the pad, smothering the ball. Safely survives the end of that over from Holder. 177 for 8 after 36, 21 extras in his innings. And you can see there was a 50-run partnership plus between the 4th and 5th wicket. After that 5th wicket fell, there's been some difficulty in establishing a solid partnership to take them home to victory. Wickets falling at unfortunate times for the Southeast team, but key intervals for the Central team. And it's going to be Ramesa coming from the opposite end.
So there was always going to be that change from that northern end with Ali Khan finishing his spell. definitely a good option here for Ramisal to come back.
Well, he did take 4 wickets in the previous encounter. Has one already to his name today. And again, we keep mentioning that cricket is a game of momentum and energy, and it shifts from team to team. You can see since the fall of that wicket when Brendan Boodoo chopped on and was dismissed, the central team have suddenly gained some energy in their steps. But previously, you would have seen those singles being chanced and quick singles being taken. Now they are not taking any unnecessary risk. They want to get those 13 runs as safely as possible. Riley Gangu. Dangerously close to the wide line from Ramesa.
Well,
Judged safely in the end.
that's been the method he's been trying to employ so far this over. Keeping it quite wide. Trying to hit a wide Yorker. Has a deep third man in position for that. Pretty much the entire rest of the field is up.
Smart cricket from Gangu. Opening the face. The fielder is out on the third man boundary, so it's a guaranteed single. Also, he would have to adopt the senior role in this pair, having been at the crease prior to Charles. And thus getting a single on that 4th delivery means Charles only has 2 to face in this over. He's a strong guy, Charles. Solid shoulders, so he should be able to strike the ball powerfully. It's just if he's able to time it and defend his wicket. And he does. Very astutely at that, young Charles.
That's all that's needed. Just 1 wicket remaining after him, so just need to be as careful as they can. So much delivery still remaining.
And last wicket might be Ram Naresh. Charles again survives the final delivery of that over and does so quite confidently in the end. 178 for 8 after 37.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Holder appealing for leg before, and he's given. Umpire James raises the finger. Gangu is dismissed. Leg before. Holder runs away in celebration. His 4th wicket and the 9th wicket of the Southeast team. Look at how much it means to the youngsters out there. Full. Hitting in line with the middle stump. Only question is if with the angle of Holder whether it would have been going further down the leg side, but based on the movement of Gangu, seems to have struck him in line, and Holder is animated as ever. The fiery fast bowler doing the work for his team, Central under 19, holding on, fighting to the last. Ram Naresh, the batsman, to come in. Word of prayer before he enters the field of play. Gangu departs. Was looking solid at the crease, Gangu, as if he would have been able to guide them home. But Holder, as we said before, the man with the golden arm, he strikes at the most opportune times. 1 wicket left, 12 runs.
That's similar to the second wicket he took with that same round the wicket line. Just full on coming into the right-hander. Targeting the stumps, and he's gaining so much reward from that. Offering up so many different angles to both right and left-hander. Getting some swing earlier and still seaming it around now. 4 for 26, those figures outstanding given the target they're trying to defend. And now Justin Ramnarees and Cyan Charles, the two that open proceedings, can they close it for Southeast?
Tail of the fast bowlers. Holder with the ball in hand. 2 fast bowlers at the crease. Who will get the better?
Of course, Ramesar at the other end.
It's just all happening here at the National Cricket Centre. What an exciting finish we are having in the second final. Holder picking up 2 key wickets in the last couple of overs. Can he get his fiver? Ramnarees to face. Left alone. And Ramnarees will have to channel all of his inner ability with the bat. Not only physical, but mental. The strength, the solidarity required. Nerves of steel. Holder is ready to go again. Well left.
Well, I really love this from Holder. He's not wasting any time between deliveries. He's coming back at them right away.
His energy is truly something special to behold, the fast bowler. As you see, two of the hard-working members of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board getting ready for the presentation thereafter. Well defended. Holder just needs to put the ball on the line of the stumps and force the batsman to play. Once it's outside, Ramnarees and Charles might be content to just leave it alone. Of course, delivery is not an issue. Many overs still to play with. 11 required, 12. Angling down the leg side, and it's 11 now. Preempted the wide, it seems. But Holder's that sort of bowler that every delivery you sense something is going to happen.
It's been like that since ball 1.
Really can't take anything for granted. Well left again from Ramnarees. Umpire James calls this one a wide. We'll have a look at that again. It was wide of the crease indeed. Just whether it was within the line. Pitched. And it's a bit difficult to see the blue line, but it seems as if it was inside. Angling down the legs and appeal for caught behind. Ramanan is excited as ever. Umpire James just brushing his leg to indicate that it would have come off the pad. And no bat involved. A bit difficult to see based on follow through of Holder. Umpire James in the best position, of course. His decision stands. One delivery left. Dipping full toss, play and a miss, but more importantly for Ramnarees, he's there to survive another over. 180 for 9, Southeast under 19. Still require 10 runs for victory. Central under 19 require 2 wickets. 1 wicket, that is. It was 2 wickets at the start of the previous over, and Holder dismissed Gangu leg before. Now Ramesa from the opposite end.
You have to get the runs from this end. Holder is going to be difficult to get away.
And even Ramesa has not really been given any loose deliveries. He has been consistent. with his line and length.
Yeah, again, with that wide Yorker sort of line.
And as he mentioned, anything outside the line of the stumps, they are comfortable to leave those deliveries alone. 10 runs required. They still have 11 overs after this one. 71 deliveries to be exact. The runs will come once they stay at the crease. And that's better from Ramesa, getting closer. Charles, we've seen him on a couple of occasions just drop the bat when it's outside the off stump. Not necessarily looking to drive the ball or to play any attacking strokes. You look at the offside field, Dylan, it's packed. And he goes for the drive this time, but there is protection.
Yeah, and that's why that offside field is set as such.
Just seeing 3 fielders on the leg side, one at mid-on, one at a wide short mid-wicket, and one at fine leg. Charles again in that fashion, dropping his bat. Tailing inward, and again dropping the bat. You can see how low down the bottom hand is. He's gripping that with a lot of strength. Interesting to see if he gets a loose delivery to put away. Ramesa does not give anything of the sort if in fact he's getting closer to the stumps.
Yeah, I told you there's definitely a lot to like about Ramesa as well as Holder.
Yeah, he's a very nice medium pacer. Again, not express pace, but his consistency, line and length, and his thinking ability is varying. As we say that, a flurry of full deliveries followed by a short one to end the over, and it's a maiden that Charles defends competently in the end. Score remains on 180 for 9, and you look at the scorecard, apart from the 76 from Brendan Boodoo, 23 from Zion Phillip, and 14 from Shiva Hariprasad. There was 11 at the top of the innings, but no other player got into double figures, and you just wonder whether that will be something for the Southeast team to reflect on at the end of this game. Going really well, very well set. And then Central never giving up. It's really great to see this fighting effort and spirit. Yesterday we saw the South team in the field defend the total they set and get victory. Can Central do it here? Well left from Ram Narees, showing all the makings of a longer format player. Holder, the excitement, every delivery, I tell you, this guy is something special to behold. On the line of the stumps. Anytime he pitches on the stumps, you sense that something is going to happen, Dylan. Either it's going to hit the pads or hit the wicket based on what he's produced today.
It's very good work by Ram Narees to keep him out for so long already.
Full onto the base of his bat, right into the block hole. Footish length based on the way it was released, but it immediately started to tail downward. Excellent delivery again. Ram Narees, he's up for the task.
But who's going to get off the mark first?
Another thing about Holder is how quickly he gets through his deliveries for a pace bowler. He's not giving the batsman any time to settle. He turns and he's ready to go again. Short, and Ramner is just dropping the bat belatedly.
That's against what most fast bowlers tend to do. They tend to take quite some time in between deliveries.
And that's what I admire about Holder, as Charles just walks down to have a word with Ramnaresh on the final delivery of this over. It's Holder's 9th. He will have 1 remaining in the spell after this. Solid as a rock, Justin Ramnaresh. Another maiden over, but that would not faze the batsmen. They're waiting patiently. 60 deliveries, 10 runs, 1 wicket. That's the equation we are faced with now. Holder has 1 over remaining. Ramesa has approximately 5 overs remaining.
5 overs for Ramesa.
But the question is, when Holder is finished in the next over, providing that the game continues, who will take his place from this end?
There's 1 over for Danraj, 5 for Salim Khan, and still 8 for Manbood.
And again, Ramesa is just bowling Yorker after Yorker.
Well, this time on the line of the stumps.
That's no easy feat. And as you noted earlier, Dylan, the 47 on the back of his jersey could be a reflection of perhaps his idol in cricket, Dwayne Bravo. We'll have to find out from the youngster, but he's bowling similar to Dwayne Bravo at the death stage of the innings. Tucked away, a quick single taken. And I'm sure many hearts would have been pounding through their chest to see the batsman reach safely at the end.
Countdown continues into single fingers now.
9 runs. Ramnaresh yet to get off the mark.
Let's see if he can continue the Yorker bowling now to the left-hander. Has to readjust. They've been stuck at one end for quite some time now.
Ramnaresh, I appreciate what he's doing. He's ensuring that the bowler waits until he's ready. That's also one of the mental tactics deployed when the game is a bit tense and all of these excitement in the air. Sometimes as a batsman you just need to take a moment, gather yourself, offset the bowler. And that delivery, keeping extra low, almost breaching the defense, but Ramnaresh, he kept low as well. Look at him, couching and dropping the bat just in time. Opening the face, and they should get a single comfortably. Smart again from Ramnaresh, and he's off the mark.
Both batsmen off the mark now. They've turned the strike over throughout this over now, and that's going to mean the bowler is going to have to again readjust.
Sion Charles just trying to signal the umpires to confirm how many deliveries are left. There's 1 left in this over. Well defended from Charles. Doing his job for his team. 182 for 9.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Daniel Holder with the last over of his spell, 4 for 28 and 9. It's been a wonderful spell from Holder. Reminder that he was the second lead wicket taker in the secondary schools cricket league. Fuller delivery, it's tucked away on the leg. Some miscommunication, a chance for the run out, but not collected cleanly from Holder. I think the fielder tried for a direct hit instead of sending it into the hands of Holder. Nervy moments, these. 7 runs required now. Look at the ball going. Danraj it was. He was a good fielder. And Holder irate at the fact that it was not thrown into his hands. Ramnarees was struggling to get down to this end.
It's about precision at this stage. So now Holder bowling at the right-handed Charles for the first time.
I tell you, I'm not even on the field of play and I'm feeling nervous.
Yes, everyone has taken their position.
Charles slashes at this one and peels off the outside edge, but should just be a single, and it stopped safely at third man. You have to be mindful because we saw a couple times the ball going out to third man and fine leg where it was regulation 1 and a misfield led to a boundary. And at this point, any wrong counts.
Yeah, everyone's up and about in the commentary booth just behind us, and even if you look down near the mango tree, they can't stay still in their seats. They're all stood up now.
But this is what you call a final. This is exactly what you want to see. And similar to the final from yesterday, very exciting down to the last wicket. Ramnarees defense.
Big applause being heard as well from downstairs. Don't know if they're cheering the dot. You don't know if they're cheering the bowling or if they're cheering the fact that the batsman is still at the crease.
Well, I'm certain that the cheers will be coming from the batted team. If the bowler strikes, then you'll hear an uproar from the central team. 6 required. And pulls away the bat. Ramnarees, he was going to play, and the bat ended up finishing between his pads. But it's good because that means he's watching the ball. And you can see based on the position of his helmet, he was looking at the ball from the moment it was released until it reached to the bat, so he was able to pull away the bat in time. Left alone. One more delivery in his spell Holder, 4 for 30. And this is such a great test of the mental strength for these batsmen, bowlers, even the fielders. Don't want to give away anything. Holder with his last delivery. Banged into the pitch, it's tucked away. Not looking for a single there at all. Is Ramnarees. Holder finishes his spell. What an amazing spell it has been from the left arm quick. 10 overs, 46 dot deliveries in a 10 over spell. 4 wickets for 30 runs. Take a bow, Daniel Holder. No matter the result of this game, he has truly put in a wonderful performance for his team. And even there you see he is having a chat with the batsman. I'm sure he's offering them some words of encouragement and moral support.
Words of congratulations for getting through that spell.
Could be. Congratulating them for surviving.
Maybe they might be asking what he's done on the surface to get so many more wickets than they did.
Ramesa, his turn now. He's been consistent with those Yorker length deliveries. And Charles drives at this one. It's probably the second time we've seen him play a positive stroke in the 15 deliveries. Has been defending. Still 6 runs required. On the line of the wicket. And Ramesa, he seems as if there's a target for him to hit and he's not missing. The accuracy of this youngster to consistently produce those deliveries in the block hole on the line of the stumps is truly something admirable, especially at this late stage.
Of what we need. We don't have enough dead bowlers in and around.
Just back of a line this time, it peels off the inside edge and they get a single comfortably.
At that time, wanting to try something different. More on a length.
Ramnaris up to 2 of 19 deliveries. At this point, the strike rate is of no concern. It's just about getting the team home. On the line of the stumps, and there's an appeal for leg before. Ramesa is jumping, but he lands in disappointment. Payadas immediately shaking his head and walking away. Ramnaris again seems to be calm and composed given the context. Both he and Charles doing well to keep their nerves at bay.
Yeah, that last shot he played, not the sort of shot you would expect at the last wicket being down.
On the line of the stumps again. I tell you, Ramesa, he has a bullseye at the base of the crease. Another excellent over from him. 185 for 9 in 43 overs.
So who is going to get the ball now?
Yeah, the question now is who's going to replace Daniel Holder. Danraj has 1. You can anticipate they will give him that final over and he has the ball in hand.
See if he could make use of that variable bounce that he did earlier.
So there's just some deliberation between Danraj and his skipper, Salim Khan, deciding on where they want to have their fielders positioned. There's only one fielder outside of the circle. He's at long off. Charles looking good in defense. Walks away to compose himself. Full face off the bat, bat in front of the pad. Not given any chance for like before. Danraj sending the long off fielder wider. Flighted and coming off the inside edge. Danraj appeals. Even though it's come off the bat, such is the excitement at this stage of the game.
Really is quite a field set you see on display as well. 7 on the offside, including that long off.
Charles is certainly putting his hand up. If they ask for anyone who can come in when they need to last till the end, they're going to look to this pair. Doing a remarkable job thus far. Some more flight from Danraj, trying to tempt Charles. He has that one fielder out at long off and leaving the rest of the field open, trying to get him to free his hands. See if he'll sky one in the air, but he's not giving in.
Over the wicket now to him. Oh, never mind.
And again, well defended.
Yeah, the keeper is doing all the patrolling there if anything goes into the leg side in the square region.
One more delivery left in the spell from Darren Danraj. 1 for 42 thus far. And he tries to drive the last one, and he rehearses what he would have liked to do if the game wasn't as tense. Hit that one over the ropes. Instead, it's a dot delivery. And Danraj finishes his spell. 1 for 42 in 10. It's 185 for 9 in 44 overs.
Welcome to Fial. Born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.
Ramasayan again. Well, the interesting thing is his first 3 overs, 1 for 30. Now 4 overs since then, none for 4.
He has come back very economical indeed. And as we saw that advertisement just now from Fial's footwear and clothing. Shop smart, shop comfort. I'm sure the batsmen out there are no comfort until this game is over. Solid defense.
If you look, these 2 batsmen could be thinking about that long game. But the fact that even Ramesar's spell, he's gonna just finish up as the innings is gonna end. But now at the other end, there's an opening. Bowler's gonna have to be rotated. Maybe Manbood might return. Wasn't the most accurate earlier.
And Ram Naresh is just taking his time. No need to rush. Still the equation in their favor in terms of runs required and deliveries remaining. They've lasted quite some time at the crease, this pair. Ramner is the last man in already, facing 25 deliveries. A low full toss driven, but straight to Salim Khan. And such fine margins, Dylan. If that was placed either just to the left or right of Salim Khan, would have been racing away to the boundary. Down the leg side, that's a wide. That wide receiving a standing ovation from the players down in the dugout for Southeast Under 19. Resounding applause for any run that scored. Another wide. Perhaps some pressure just telling for Amesa, or he's trying something different. 4 dot deliveries in his usual manner, and then 2 consecutive wides down the leg side. So I think he's just trying something.
Yeah, definitely now trying to get him more on the line of the stumps, attacking, trying to hit the stumps and get his wicket. Again!
And it's another wide.
But
There's
this
an
time,
appeal. All of the players converging close to the pitch. We'll have a look at this again. You see it brush the tie strap on that pad. So another wide signal there. Fuller length delivery, driven. Chance for a single. Would they make it? And they do. Just $188 for 9. 45 overs completed. And it looked as if they were going to give this over to young Akil Ruplal, who is just taking his mark, but have decided that the skipper, he will take the ball in hand.
yeah, I wonder what that last minute change was about. We will have to ask them after the game. Salim Khan last bowled quite some time ago. Fresh spell for him now.
And what a thrilling performance we have seen from both sides in this final. Flat from Salim Khan. Can anticipate he's just going to try and bowl wicket to wicket. And that's it. Ramnaresh will have no difficulty once he's able to keep his eyes on the ball, that is. This has to be mindful of that angle coming around the wicket with the wind factor. That ball will be drifting into the left-hander.
As it has on that occasion. Went on with the arm too.
Well left again from Ramnaresh. Showing a lot of grit and determination, these youngsters. Mental fortitude. Fired in.
Just exhibiting the pause there.
Some mind games there.
Reminiscent of Usman Tariq.
Fell into the offside, but no chance for a single as he bowls a maiden over. 4 overs left. 2 runs required. 1 wicket. Still anything can happen. Ramasa bowling to Charles. just trading his line a bit in the previous over to the left-handed Ram Naresh, but the right-handed Charles should be easier for him to keep those deliveries in line.
He's definitely been a bit more comfortable to the right-hander, executing that wide Yorker line.
Opening the face of the bat. Just needs to get it in between the gap. Or even look to play with soft hands. But he's a strong guy, Charles, so even when he's defending, the ball is coming off the bat.
Yeah, Ram Naresh has definitely executed the soft hand shot a bit more often.
Driving, was in the air for a bit, but short of the fielder. And they get a single. So the scores are tied. Let's take a look at that attempt from the fielder. A bit uppish. Diving.
The pressure is always going to be on you at any point in the field when it comes down to a situation as such. Because one run is a make or break situation.
Wondering if they were looking for the single. Even this last run, there's so much of possibilities to that play. Can have a tied game. If they get a wicket, they get the run, they will get the victory. Ramesa, 2 deliveries left in his over. 1 run required. On the line of the stumps, he tucks it into the leg side. They come through this for the single, and that's it. Southeast under 19, they win this game by 1 wicket in the end. And the players are running out on the field with water to douse the batsmen in celebration. One of the Fial's footwear and clothing sign has been adopted as the banner for the Southeast under 19 team. And look at that, what it means to these youngsters. What an excellent performance in the end. The resilience, the mental strength and fortitude, as well as physical ability from the last pair at the crease, Ram Naresh and Cyan Charles, able to get their team home to victory. And that innings will certainly live long in the minds of all those who have witnessed this game, not only in person, but by virtue of our live stream. The Central under 19 players, you do feel for them. They fought back really well after Brendan Boodoo seemed to be taking the game away from them with his captain's innings of 79. Thereafter, the Central team got his wicket. They fought back. They took wickets at key intervals until this last bit came at the crease. And look at that. Just peeled off the inside edge of the bat. Came through for the winning run. And the players jubilant. And rightfully so. Charles had to run away before he was soaked with Ram Naresh, ran into the embrace of his fellow players. Love to see this energy and excitement on display in this Fial's Footwear and Clothing Under 19 Development Program 2026 tournament. Yesterday we saw the final between North Under 19 and South Under 19. South Under 19, the victor by 27 runs. Today, the final in the other group between Central Under 19 and Southeast Under 19. Southeast Under 19 has prevailed victorious, winning by 1 wicket in the end. And as the players shake their hands of the opposing teammates as well as the officials, they will take a moment to just cool down and gather themselves as the management and officials of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board will prepare for the post-match presentation that will take place in just a few. Your thoughts on this game, Dylan?
Yeah, these last two came together at the beginning of the 38th over when that 9th wicket fell of Riley Gangu. The two opening bowlers did indeed finish the game as they started so well with the opening bowling this morning. Both scoring 4 apiece, 4 of 26 for Sion Charles, 4 of 36 for Justin Ramnaris, and in the end it was exactly 12 runs they needed to score in that final partnership. A few wides would have helped their case as well, and in the end a very hearted knock from both of them out there held their nerve, and in the end was a brilliant win by Southeast under 19. No doubt also helped in a huge part by Brendan Boodoo with his batting earlier, as well as the bowling effort of Riley Gangu. Justin Ramnaris, don't forget, he also took 2 for 33 in the first innings. So it's going to be a difficult toss-up again to figure out who the man of the match is, as it was yesterday.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I think performances all around, even from the Central Under 19 team. Daniel Holder with a spell of 10 overs, picking up 4 wickets with just 29 runs. It was brilliant from him, the left-arm quick, and also the efforts from the Southeast members. As you just mentioned, both teams need to be proud of themselves. They need to be happy with what they have done to reach to this stage and their accomplishments. And going forward, they will want to take the positives and continue to grow. Also take the negatives and learn how to improve and to continuously develop as they grow onwards and upwards in this lovely game of cricket. So as we await the post-match presentation ceremony, which will come to you live from the officials of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, from our production crew at Cricket 360 and 360 TV, the producer and commentator Dylan Sharma, cameraman Matthew Rajaram, and myself, Keshav Bahadur Singh, we'd like to thank everyone for tuning in, for giving us your support through the airwaves and supporting these youngsters by extension. And we look forward to bringing you continued coverage of cricket in our country, our region, and by extension, the globe. So stay tuned, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style. Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand
applause. What we have witnessed today was a great game of cricket, and I want to congratulate all the players who would have participated. While we were upstairs, the place was very tense. Arjun and Altaf was, walking, they were pacing the floor, didn't know what to do. So I think more so, let us give Southie Zone another round of applause for emerging victorious in this FIAL Interzone Under 19 tournament. Had it not been for FIAL, our sponsor, this tournament would not have been possible. And from the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board perspective, we are very grateful to him, Mr. Nicholas Primchan, for the support that he has given us over this year Under 19 tournament. From reports that speaking to people and players, everyone seems to be very happy with the organizing of the tournament, the running of the tournament, and of course from the performances that we have seen coming from these youngsters. As I said this morning, after the game today, a four-team tournament will be held starting on March 25th. That team have already been selected. The team was handed in about an hour ago, and players will be contacted from tomorrow with certain information that we have to collect, and I'm quite sure that we are going to see some other exciting cricket in that four-team tournament. And that four-team tournament will be followed by the North-South Classic, after which the national team will be selected to represent Trinidad and Tobago in the CWI Under 19 regional tournament. So as usual, we have some prizes to be won, and as you are well aware, some of you, that because of the restructuring of the tournament for 2026, we had added some additional prizes to be won for the players, player of the tournament and most wickets in the tournament and so on. So we had added that to this year's tournament. And we want to start with the presentation to the match officials who did an excellent job today. So let me call on Mr. Arjun Ramlal, our former first vice president and special general member of the board, who will assist us with the presentation of these awards to the match officials. Mr. Denzel James. Denzel James was a former first-class player. Mr. Hansraj Das. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Ramlal. Oh, Mr. Martin, Andre Martin, sorry. We have no speech hunting. No, what's the time? Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Ramlal. Can I ask Mr. Chase to please come forward? The best batsman in today's game, 76 of 57 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes, Brendan Boodoo. Best bowler, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 29 runs and 4 wickets, Mr. Daniel Holder. Thank you very much, Mr. Chase. Mr. Primchan, the man of the match. 76 runs, 57 balls, 9 fours, 2 sixes, Brendan Boodoo. Thank you very much, Mr. Premchand. Altaf Baksh, our first Vice President. Mr. Chase was the General Secretary, is the General Secretary of the board. The best bowling figures in the tournament. This is a new prize that was added. The best bowling figures in the tournament: 6 overs, 2 maiden, 7 runs, and 5 wickets. Darren Danraj. Highest individual score in the tournament: 117 of 107 balls against East. Who it is? Cristiano Ramnanan. Most wickets in the tournament: 9 wickets. He bowled 28 overs, 4 maiden, and 9 wickets for 116 runs. Daniel Holder. Thank you very much, Mr. Altaf. Can I ask Mr. Premchand to come forward again? Most runs in the tournament: 185 runs of 182 balls, 12 fours and 11 sixes. Cristiano Ramnanan. And player of the tournament, ladies and gentlemen, this is another award that was added to the tournament. Player of the tournament with his 185 runs of 182 balls, Cristiano Ramnanan. Right, the captain of the central team, Mr. Khan, will receive now the silver medal for his team. Only the silver medal, nothing will go with it. And the gold medals to be collected by the captain of the South team. And at the same time, he will collect the championship trophy and the replica from Mr. Premchand. All right, Brendan watching this small trophy hard. That is to take away. The big one will remain here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Congratulations again to Southeast. I want to say that from what we have seen today, and even you, those of you who were here since morning, that we saw some excellent cricket. We have seen where we think that, you know, some of us were very nervous upstairs. I was looking across on the western side and saw the ladies in yellow. They were very anxious at one stage and, you know, want to run on the field. They were very close to the boundary ropes. And then after gradually, I see they were reversing back when they realized that. So, you know, that's it in the game. And that is because of the high quality of cricket that these youngsters will have played during the course of the season. I want to thank also the managers and coaches who would have volunteered their time to assist these youngsters and work with these youngsters to upgrade their game. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the parents for the support that they have given, and I look forward to working with all of you to make sure that we put Trinidad and Tobago cricket in front once more in the Caribbean here. Thank you very much and all the best.
Welcome to Fial, born from ambition, built for movement. Fial shoes represent strength, culture, and bold expression. Engineered for comfort, designed to stand out. Located in South Park Mall, Fial footwear moves with you. Fial, wear the confidence, walk the style.